Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit. Look, if you ain't no ask somebody, they'll tell you about me. Nothing fake, nothing flawed, nothing bitch about me. I'm a G, I've been running these streets since a youngin'. Since 14, I've been bugging, slaying heat, ain't nothing. You won't be, say something. You can get it, I ain't tripping. One song, just know you better not let me catch you slipping. Cause whatever we need, I'ma smash you. Broad daylight around the club, I'ma get at you. If you let me tip down on the nigga, you chapter. I guarantee you that it's gonna be a closed casket. I'm about this. What's understood don't need to be explained. For the money or the fame, I was a gangster in the game. I ain't lying when I tell you about me and my background, about me and my lifestyle. I ain't never backed down. I ain't never froze up. I ain't never turned state. I ain't never missed when I emptied the clip out the cage, nigga. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. It's never die, do it, get dead, nothing less. Fuck with the kid, get two to the head, two to the chest. Nigga, I'm the best when it come to this street shit. You got your hands full fucking with me with this beef shit. I be on some all night flight, no sleep shit. Me, my dog, and 2 Ks, fuck that police shit. We coming with it, hunting round drumming with it. You running from it, we running with it. You bitch ass niggas ain't fucking with it. I'm out here, head first, ready to go head up. Walking with your head down, bound to get your head bust. Hit the feds, come, I'm off the scene, off the block. I know the bus move when it get hot. Shut down the shop, open up another on the other side of town. Got yeah and I got pounds. Jizzle was a hustler and a head bust all in one. Don't get it twisted, I do this rap shit for fun, yeah. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit. So I went all the way down to the trap in ATL. Oh yeah, so I let T.I., you know what I'm saying, to see how they do it. Cause I know how we do it in the hood and the NO. It's street, it's real street. I've been a street nigga my whole life. I was raised in them, yeah. Wild out, flighted for nights and days in them. Nigga, I played in them. I told the kids in them. In 7th grade, I started trying to get paid in them. If you ain't real, you ain't gonna be safe in them. Bitch niggas get jacked and they hoe get raped with them. I done saw niggas get stabbed and shot dead in them. No reppin', I bust my share heads in them. Leave caught niggas down bad and bust lead in them. The streets getting flaky cause not a feds in them. Putting pressure on busters, getting info from them. Niggas telling it all when it's coming and who from them. Damn, that's fucked up. The streets that change. These bitch niggas straight poison in the game. But Jizzle can't change the streets, that's me. I live and die by the street rules cause I'm a G. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught it by my play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught it by my play like a G, nigga.
A nigga thorough as they come. Was raised in the gutters in the slum. Known as the number runner son. And the dope man nephew who uncle on the run. The candidate grandbaby hustle for the fun. The yeah was sold daily from the dust to the chrome. Like easy in the 80s, nigga stayed in the sun. I swore I never run, so I stayed with a gun. I kept my little 380 with the blade to the sun. All I feel with God, play my card, how it come. I'ma stand like a man till it's all said and done. And that's even if they run niggas. Cause I know I run with a clique of wild, misguided, underprivileged young niggas. Give a fuck who you is or where you from, nigga. You can get it, we taking over the city. I was raised in the belly of the beast, to say the least. my role model was doing time, so I learned from the streets.
I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gonna be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a straight street nigga. I was taught it by my play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street.
My fault. Okay, let's start over again. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka the Black Villain. Lady Che, you know me, many of the names. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I hope you got a chance to watch Frontline Black News, and I'm coming on right after that. Yeah, it's been a pretty good day so far, or a good day yesterday. I got a lot to go through. We gotta skim through some stuff. A lot of things have already been covered, so we don't want to be redundant. I got 2 new kittens. That's pretty awesome. Jesse got them for me. What else? I got a new book. That's kind of awesome. Overall, it's been a pretty semi-productive day. Took my shit down, washed it, and I didn't realize I had so many sparklies in it. So, what else? Yes. Oh, y'all need to watch the new Alien Earth. Banger. Man, if you're a Dexter fan, watch that new season of Dexter too. It's a banger. Real shit. I watched a movie called Weapons. I didn't like the ending at all. Thought they could have did better with that. It was not all that was hyped up to be. What else did I watch? That's pretty much it. I've been watching a couple of different things. I decided to go back into old series that I watched. So right now, currently, I'm watching True Blood right now. So that shit's always entertaining. Well, it is, especially since I read all the books. What else? I don't know. Kind of got some bummed out news earlier in the week, but I'm over it now. So we'll see. We got a couple of summits coming up. Hands are cramping up, and I hurt my left hand really bad. I don't know how I did it. So that's that. And yeah, so we're gonna get into it. I threw the link up there for crew only. So he comes in. And I also want to thank Shabaka for letting me use this platform. As we, try to maximize as much as we can and promote Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced as well. I think he has a show coming up. I'm kind of behind it. There's been a couple of days where he didn't show up. He didn't do a show, but he did it the next day. So I got to catch up. So, yeah. So we always thank Shabaka and the Black Experience Enhanced for letting us use this platform. That was nice of him. So anything you can help donate to keep the platform running, that would be great. I'll throw up something later. I could do it real quick. So we keep the platforms going, even though they're really they're kind of fucking expensive now. They don't give us passes, so we want to make sure we keep the StreamYard running for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And he also has a a show of Black Dynamite, to Black Opium, something like that. Where is it? He didn't come on today, so he's probably resting. Okay, yeah. So, PayPal. Should probably change the font on that, huh? I was messing around with the font because I'm kind of girly, so the font was really bothering me. Let's do regular for the sake of everything. Let's do it regular. Can you see it? I think so. I think you can see it. Let me see. I'm feeling. I got the glasses on. Yep. Okay, great. So, to keep Shabaka's Black Experience enhanced, the Black Opium and for Line Black News running, feel free to kick down a couple bucks. Not the universe always got this, so we'll be all right. But it'd be a rip, right? So help keep the platforms afloat. So again, I want to thank Shabaka for letting me use his platform. So I can stream. Okay, now I'll show you the kittens, but they're sleeping and they're crying. One of them likes me. I'm kind of rough with them, but they're real little. So can't wait to show B, but she's resting now. She'll probably sleep. She got a job and shit, so I'll have to wait till maybe I could catch her tomorrow. Might show her tomorrow. It's pretty exciting. And we gotta get some supplies for it. So it's exciting for them. Yeah. Let me see. Green sharing, got it. All right. I gotta stay on my window. Does not distract me. Okay. I think I got a good little cue. We gotta watch some of the regulars while I look for my look for the ones like two other content creators. I gotta look for them, but I couldn't find them in my history, which is really weird. I've been getting I've had to go and resubscribe, so to a lot of different platforms. So here we go. Let me put that fair use content thing up. Fair use. Let's see. Okay. No. Hold on 1 second. Okay, that'll be okay till I get someone else up here. So, all right. Remember, the link is only in there for Ray, so everybody else get the no. All right, Black family. Let's get into it. So it's going on over here with 3 squatters. Oops. He did a new one, but I can't watch it because I'm not a member on his Patreon.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell. See. I'm not gonna be able to slow cook it. I need some attorney. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. I am Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee, this woman from Florida. Has she not been identified yet? Really? They always be on top of that. I wonder why she got away.
Because she's white.
All right. What'd she do?
You can record all day.
Exactly. We're all sitting. That's all right.
But it's not space.
You're sitting, sir.
Did I give you permission? No.
You are right, but
Okay, but can you move?
Excuse me. Unhinged white woman at kindergarten graduation curses, attacks, and spits at black woman over a seat, then plays the victim with police, video shows.
I'd beat that ass. Oh no.
I don't know what the craziest part of that headline is. Is it that she spit at a black woman?
Yes.
That normally would be it. That normally would be it. Is it that she played the victim? Probably not that one, because we've seen that as a well-beaten path that she tried to play the victim. Excuse me, starting the headline. Is that the craziest part? The fact that we have a spitting incident followed by excuse me. I've never seen spitting followed by excuse me unless it is the spitter saying excuse me, trying to flee the beats. I might have seen excuse me in that scenario. But for my money, I think the craziest part of that headline is kindergarten. A kindergarten graduation? Who's bringing that kind of energy to a kindergarten graduation? Not only are you bringing this kind of energy to a kindergarten graduation that you're so focused on wanting to make sure that you hunker down and you get good seats, but you want to be there that much. I got to call off work in order to go to the kindergarten graduation. You mean to tell me because the seats are messed up, I can sit in the back, which means nobody knows when I came or left? And that's a bad thing? And that's before you get to the part where the whole aesthetic of kindergarten is about sharing and caring and love. They probably had Barney and Lamb Chop, or they don't do Barney and Lamb Chop no more. They got Thomas the Tank Engine. They don't do Sesame Street. Mr. Rogers? Well, what are they looking at now? What is that? Alma's Way? Email addresses, phone numbers, relatives. They even got neighbors down here. Oh, I didn't know Willie lived on this block. This video is sponsored by Aura. This is what data brokers do. Their whole business is collecting our personal information and selling it to anybody willing to pay. And you know who's willing to pay for people's personal information? Nobody good. That's the answer. And these data brokers are literally laughing all the way to the bank before presumably stopping off to make it rain on Capitol Hill. Y'all can't forget Clarence Thomas. Make sure he gets flued out. Now, here's where we have to do the work that our government won't, which is pretty much all work. And I know, as do many of you, exactly how invasive it is to have your privacy violated. I remember that one ex who got into my email. She was better at networking than I was, but still, I didn't feel comfortable or safe And that's why I started using Aura. They find the data brokers exposing your info and automatically sends opt-out requests to get it taken down. And if something does happen, you're covered with up to $5 million in identity theft insurance and 24/7 US-based fraud support to help you fix it fast. You can try Aura for free for 14 days at aura.com/Reese Waters, which is more than enough time to start getting your information removed from these sketchy sites. And I mean sketchy. Police had to be called to a kindergarten graduation after a white mother in the audience erupted in anger when a black woman sat next to her family, leading to a violent confrontation with cursing, spitting, and swinging punches, all captured on a viral video that had social media in an uproar. So it wasn't that they exchanged unpleasantries or had a difference of opinion. It wasn't even that she took somebody's seat necessarily. It was that she sat next to her family. Apparently she was under the impression that they had rented out the kindergarten. Apparently she was under the impression that by virtue of them showing up, they had access to all of the seats and she could control other folks' movement and could exclude other people if she so chose. Apparently that was the level of empowerment that she felt in that moment. And by the way, I hope y'all are paying attention. I am always paying attention. This is not news to me, but I certainly hope Black MAGA.
Let me fix my bow tie.
Black MAGA. Yeah, I certainly hope you're paying attention. Yeah, just for sitting next to her. Yeah. Let's go to the video.
Yes, sir. There's a seat here.
Just let her alone. She's still.
There's a seat. There's a seat here.
You can record all day.
There's a seat here. Exactly. We're all sitting. That's all right.
But there's no space.
You're sitting, sir.
Did I give you permission?
I know that sound. I definitely know that sound. Now, the only feet I've seen so far are a black woman's feet and a white man's feet. So I'm assuming that strike came from elsewhere. I have to assume that, because if not, then I don't know why it wasn't a Montgomery brawl situation. You know what I mean? It was Montgomery. I would have heard about this. It would be also, if it had to come from somewhere, it had to.
No.
You are right, but
Okay, but can you move?
And there it is. And there it is. Now you gotta wonder because the black woman had done very little up to this point in the video, although she was videotaping. So clearly I think something might have been amiss. Then again, she might have just wanted to see the ABCs. You know what I mean? She might have just wanted to see them sing, what is it, Luna? She might have wanted them to sing the Luna theme song or something like that. Who knows? But she went and struck the woman who is sitting on the opposite side of her husband, minding her own business. That looks like insecurity to me. That looks like you mad at the wrong one, lady.
Right.
You mad at the wrong one. Well, if you can't trust him to come to the kindergarten, then what y'all doing out here then?
Can you move,
Oh my
please?
God! No, I'm not
I'm
moving.
not giving permission to record.
No, I'm not moving. No, I'm not moving.
Okay, a couple of things.
Why does she have?
You just saw her strike a stranger on the opposite side of you, and you stand up and ask the stranger, can the stranger move?
Fuck no.
After you just saw her strike the stranger.
All the bleachers. I'd act real ignorant.
Are you okay, sir?
Real ignorant.
Do we need to send a wellness check over there for you? Because the only way that you would react that way in this situation is that this is regular. Like this has clearly just been normalized in y'all's little environment right here, to the point where I'm beyond trying to fix her. She is a law. I'm beyond trying to fix her. She's a loss clear of her at this point. I'm at that point of survival mode.
You have to tell me you're recording. You're like
No, I don't have to tell. I will fucking kill you. Kill me.
Oh, you don't go too far now. Oh, you don't go too, because I told you about that. You know how many cases we got right now? They just looking for a way to take you back. And I don't want that. I don't want that. I at least appreciate you take care of the kids and I can leave. I can't be home with these kids all the time. I'm gonna need you to stand down. And by the way, was that an accent? Was that an accent was that an accent? I think I heard an accent. Can we run that back? I think I heard an accent. So here we have a woman who is an immigrant to this country, who has the audacity to lash out at a black woman for merely sitting next to her. Now, I have already called Black MAGA to the table because it's something they need to pay attention to. But this is also something that I feel like the Latinos should be paying attention to. Yeah, especially the Latinos for Trump. I just did that video about them feeling empowered in the face of all this deportation. I want y'all to take a look at this. I want y'all to take a look at this.
What are your thoughts about Trump deporting the criminal illegals that come into our country?
No problem with that at all.
You support it?
Oh, of course.
Because a lot of people have been in this country for a really long time. And I know that is a badge of honor for a great number of you trying to send the rest of the immigrants back, the terrorists, as you call them, right? Trying to send them back. A lot of you guys have been in this country for a very long time. Very few have been in this country as long as we have. Yes, that is Black Americans. We have been here since the very beginning. However, despite how long we've been here, this lady just showed up and feels like she can dictate where we can and where we can't be, and feels like she has the freedom to let her hands go. So you tell me how long you've been here and how that weighs relative to whiteness, to whiteness and white supremacy. See? I told y'all all about this.
What's here? What is that?
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell. See. I'm not going to be able to slow cook it.
Man,
I'm not going to be able to slow
I
cook
just
it.
have to make that magic.
I need some attorneys. I need some attorneys to get at me, because one of the things I would like to use my platform for is to create change and to help bridge us into a better society and a better world. And if you spit on another person, okay, whatever happens, happens. Who's opposed? Who's opposed? Can we construct the world that we all need and we all deserve? If you spit at another person, whatever happens, happens. That should be an automatic self-defense, stand your ground moment.
Yep.
To the mattresses. We can go to the mattresses.
I agree.
Once you did it. You did it.
You did it.
And it was premeditated. You had to fix your mouth to do that. You felt the freedom to do that. Whatever happens, happens in that moment.
Excuse me.
Can you move, please?
Can you move, please?
Fuck.
Oh, hell. Now you just double down on. So, okay, here's new rules. Can I amend my proposal? Can I amend my proposal?
Okay.
You spit on another person, whatever happens, happens. Free beats. Free beats.
gonna smoke the
by Dre.
I'm gonna sit in my car.
And Ronald and Craig and all the rest of them. Free beats. Whole NWA. Okay. New rule. If the crew around you reacts, can you move, please? Now everybody can get it. Now everybody. Now I wonder why wasn't a Montgomery Brawl up in here? Why haven't I seen this all over Can you move, please?
Because I was sitting here and she came here.
Luis Rodriguez.
Can you move, please?
So you're sitting, I'm sitting there.
No, you came to my space.
Sir, we're all sitting.
We are in that
Okay, I know, but she can.
Am I taking crazy pills? How is everybody calm? Y'all
This lady was very chill.
What's going? Do I need to watch the video back? Did I not see what I think I saw? Did I not see how is everybody just having a casual conversation about seating?
He can get it too.
After she went to the mouth. You can't come back from going to the mouth. Once you go to the mouth, we staying at the mouth.
That is absolutely
fine. You can record.
You can record. Well, see, why? Because over a seat, ma'am. Ma'am, it's not the point.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean?
That's not the point.
What was the point then?
That's not the point.
What was?
That's not the point. The only thing I'm left with is you spit because she's black.
Right. That's exactly what it was.
That's the only thing I'm left with.
That's it.
How is that not the point? That is literally the only point there could possibly be.
You wasn't touching her?
I can't, you cannot walk away with us. Ma'am, so are you saying it's okay if I go to the first row and just sit in between two people like that now? No, I'm not. That's not right. That's what she is. Okay, but I will speak with her about that. I am going to talk to her about that. Now, can you step back from me, please? This is not
So if I had you correct,
and
your ultimate anger
the police officer
was because apparently she sat in between you.
I'd arrested her.
Apparently that was what she did. She sat in between you, and so you decided you were going to crash out at the kindergarten graduation and display behavior that would have you left back. Like that is behavior that would disqualify you from the kindergarten graduation. You would have to go back to pre-K. You decided you wanted to crash out and flunk kindergarten because she sat between you at the graduation. That
don't even make no damn sense.
Is that what I'm
She came with somebody.
That sounded like a good decision to you.
So,
the video filmed by the black woman begins with the argument already in progress, showing the woman's male companion claiming there wasn't enough space for him to sit down, but the video clearly shows an open seat. Yes, it did. After some light bickering, he finally sat next to the black woman, but complained after she told him to calm down, saying, "We're all sitting. It's all right." But the man had no chill and turned more combative while repeating, "But it's no space." "You're sitting, sir," the black woman shot back. At that moment, the video abruptly blacked out amid a chaotic scuffle, seemingly caused by the white woman knocking the black woman's phone out of her hand in an attempt to stop her from filming the heated exchange. When the frame came back into view, the white woman's face was twisted with anger as she swung wildly at the black woman with one arm while holding her daughter with the other. Well, that sounds like quite an opening to me.
Right.
That sounds like quite an opening.
Assault.
They say, "Oh, well, no hit her. She's holding a child." She started a fight while she was holding a child.
And that kid is going to see that's
a whole side open. That's all I'm saying. That's a whole. She can't block. She can't block. That's child abuse.
And it's anti-black.
Whatever happens, happens. She went to whatever happens.
They don't like.
Stunned, the black woman reacted in disbelief, unable to comprehend that she had just been accosted without provocation. Somehow she kept her composure and withheld from striking back, even when the white woman swung at her again. Yes, she did keep her composure. And I don't think everybody's going to appreciate that. I'll just be honest. The little boy, around 2 years old, gazed angrily at the black woman after seeing his mother's outburst. The little girl was not old enough yet to understand the ugly mess unfolding in front of her, all at the hands of her own mom. The white couple attempted to explain away their actions, offering excuses for their aggressive behavior. Because I was sitting here and she came here. Someone else in the crowd had asked them why they were all worked up and in a scrum with the lady. Because you came into my space, he complained in broken English. With others now watching, the white woman suddenly calmed down, pulling her kids close as if she were the one that had been wronged. Because of course she did. And you gotta wonder what kind of mind calms down when other people are watching, but not, I don't know,
like a
when you're being videotaped. A whole lot more people gonna see this video like your boy. Does she really understand? Does she really understand how phones work? She seemed to have an issue with the recording. He had an issue with the recording, but that didn't change their behavior. But all of a sudden, the other people changed their behavior. I don't know if they understand. Maybe they're from a different time. They're from a different time where you could just spit at people, especially people of color. And they don't have technology. That would make more sense than crashing out at the kindergarten graduation. The incident caused such an embarrassing scene that even people seated on the far side of the auditorium turned their heads in stunned disbelief. The situation escalated when someone called the cops. In the next frame, a black female sheriff's deputy is seen speaking to the couple, having pulled them into the hallway. I wonder if they told her what the situation was before they sent a black woman. What? No. She spat at a black woman? Oh, I got to get down there. No, I got to get down. No, because she's going to get herself locked up. No, I got to get down there immediately. The video ends with the officer pulling the couple further to the side to de-escalate the situation. It's not clear if they went to jail for the apparent crimes that were committed on the video, including terroristic threats and assault, said some who shared the video on social media. This was assault. White woman spits on and threatens to kill a black woman over a bench seating at a graduation. Why can't these people assimilate into civilized society? Why is this subhuman behavior continuously coddled?
Why can't the police arrest the white?
Right? Isn't that? We supposed to be aggressive and angry, right? We supposed to be, there was a lot of anger and aggression, unprovoked, unbridled even. Maybe that's just how she was raised, you know? I wonder if her father was in the home. Some voices urged the black woman to pursue criminal charges or a lawsuit, while others criticized her for letting the confrontation drag on without fighting back. No disrespect, but does the lady recording have a developmental delay? One person observed. This went on for way too long. Either reciprocate energy or get assistance.
That's what the police were there for.
Yeah.
She was dressed nice.
It was a whole lot of that. It was
right. You see, she don't want to.
It was a whole lot of that. I'll be honest. That lady was absolutely amazing in holding her composure. I'm sure the man that lied and supported his woman's behavior would have been a bit much to handle. However, white chick knew exactly which game to play with a child in her lap. This black woman is better than me. Ain't no way she doesn't get her ass beat for spitting in my face, and she definitely also should have been arrested for a hate crime. Yeah, hate is right. It's a lot of that in the comments. So I'll just be honest with you.
I'm gonna let me say this. Now I know y'all just seen that shit. Forget the lady for right now. Auntie, you set your ass there as a black person and let that lady spit on you, and you ain't do shit, and you recorded it, and gonna say ooh without making this bitch say ow. And then you announce that she spit in your face without introducing the ass whooping? Oh, hell no. And you had a friend with you, so it's no excuse. The lady spit on her because she sat next to her and her husband at a kindergarten graduation. Baby, them kids would have learned so much shit from me that day, okay? Baby, her and that baby would have went flying. I'm sorry, the baby got to get it to you. Sat there and let your mama spit on me. That was a fuck them kids moment, okay? It's some shit that you just supposed to go to jail for. You don't think about it, you just know you going to jail. Yeah. And sis, we would have bailed you out. You should have turned that motherfucking kindergarten graduation out, okay? So until you catch this bitch and get your fade, bitch, we don't want your potatoes out. We don't want your macaroni and cheese, bitch. We don't want your pies. You are not invited to shit until you find that lady. You got us fucked up. You got us out here looking crazy as black people. The fuck wrong with you?
Self-defense. That's so
pissed me off so bad I had to come back. Gonna act like you gonna post it like we on your side. Bitch, we're not. We more mad at you. The fuck that was cause for an old school ass whooping. And lady, bitch, count your days. You gonna run into one of us, and you gonna have to run one of us a fade. You not getting away with that shit. You gonna have to see one of us. Okay?
You can't hide behind your children. You're gonna have to run that fade.
Did you just give her the
You're gonna have to run that fade.
go finish the fight before you can come in the house energy?
Yep.
Is that what you just did?
Yep.
Don't come back in the house until you get your lick back. Is that
That's fine.
That's the energy you just gave her?
Yeah, because it's right.
Sheesh.
It's right though.
Hey, Katarina, praise the Lord. You know, you got out of line there for a minute. You had a spitting demon in you, and I had to go knock you out. But let me tell you something. Don't do that no more, baby. God don't like ugly. Now I know Cheetah Felon got y'all thinking that y'all can go around here and act crazy and be acting up like you just did. And thinking you can treat black people,
decided thing.
Especially black people.
Like I'm amazed she had that kind of composure, and we don't know what happened afterwards. We don't know. You know, she was
run up on the wrong one, and they gonna knock you out like I
don't know. We don't know
but
that.
then I'm gonna pray for you. That God
We should find out though.
fix your heart and your mind, but don't do that no more.
She said, man, you have to come. You have to come
Don't
correct,
do that no more.
and you're not gonna be surrounded all the time by your children.
All right, now you be blessed.
Potato
Keep your
that's
spit
husband.
in your mouth and keep your hands to yourself.
You can keep your motherfucking spit in your mouth and fucking hands to yourself. You deny your black people. You don't fucking spit on black people.
Okay.
And the kids need to get that thorough understanding. You know, they gotta go.
Why you out here saying like you was smart, you was kind, you was important? You keep your spit in your mouth now. You make sure you keep that tongue in your mouth, because we wouldn't want to have to confiscate it for you. Oh no, we sure will next time, and they won't be as kind as I might be. But you is still smart and important. You make sure you remember that.
Make sure you keep your fucking.
That was good.
God damn it! That shit is fucking.
This was tough. This was a tough watch. I am disgusted with our nominee today, who shall be somehow has remained nameless up until this point, and equally confounded by the victim in this particular case. I haven't had a lot of instances of this. We've had a lot of instances of these kinds of offenses that we've seen, but this kind of response to the offense I haven't seen very much. This has gotten us into a lot of serious discussion. But what I would like you guys to do, especially those of you that are legally inclined or you know some ways, we really need to fix the saliva situation. We really got to go. You know what I mean? Like if you come out the cheeks, we can go around the cheeks. Like that should just be simple math. And I you know, we need to find things to bring America together. We need some bipartisan legislation.
Sometimes that shit needs to happen too.
I had no idea I could sign letters denouncing my old job. I will sign up for that. I would, woo boy. My signature's free and clear. I get a lot of spam. That is a message I would love to. Hey, you want to sign on to this letter calling out your old job? Hey, yeah, I do. Oh, I didn't work there, but I still sign that. Shout out to all of the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and I'm trouble. Now, here I am minding my own business, trying to help Travis Kelce read through this prenup, when I see this. FEMA workers warn agency at risk of Hurricane Katrina type failures. More than 180 current and former Federal Emergency Management Agency employees, most signing anonymously, sent a sharply worded letter to Congress on Monday, warning that the Trump administration's sweeping overhaul is gutting the disaster relief agency's authority and capabilities, undoing 2 decades of progress since the failures of Hurricane Katrina. Titled Katrina Declaration, the letter accuses President Donald Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, whose department oversees FEMA, of eroding the agency's response capabilities and appointing unqualified leadership. The group calls for FEMA to be shielded from political interference and for its workforce to be protected from politically motivated firings. Now, that is a whole lot. And I know that there are those of you that are well ahead of the game when it comes to processing all of this. Again, we are back to school. So, due to the cuts to the Department of Education, and certainly that wasn't politically motivated, due to the cuts to the Department of Education, we have to take on more students than usual. So I actually have to work with 2 classes in one. So I'm going to deal with those of you that haven't fully understood it yet. We'll call you guys MAGAs. So let's address the part where they say that they want the agency to be shielded from political interference. Political interference. Now, is Donald Trump the kind of man who has interfered politically in the affairs of FEMA in the past? Because that's a pretty nasty allegation now, isn't it?
And yet they're offering people $750
for immediate needs.
For the worst, but for the worst hurricane that anybody's seen. But she shouldn't be there anyway. She should be, I would say, North Carolina is bad, is so bad. And
she was there today for 3 hours, I believe, Kamala Harris.
Laura Ingraham was the voice of reason. Laura Ingraham hasn't been the voice of reason since she left her home because she's there by herself. Anytime she's interacting with anybody else, she is not the voice of reason. But she was with Trump. He steered people so wrong during the storms last year, had people refusing to accept help, even in dire straits. Yeah, I'm talking about that dude in North Carolina.
My father-in-law lives just outside of Asheville, North Carolina, and he was badly damaged by Hurricane Helene. And he has refused all FEMA help because he's a hardcore Trumper. And he literally believes that if he accepts anything from FEMA, they're going to take his house. I don't understand how so many people are under the spell of this freaking con man. I don't understand it.
Well, it's absolutely heartbreaking about your father-in-law. I'm so sorry to hear it. I hope. Man, it's hard to even imagine it. I mean, he lost almost everything, and he's refusing all help from the federal government and complaining to us that he doesn't have food, that he doesn't have the stuff he needs, and yet he won't accept the help. What the hell are we supposed to do? We're not in a position to be able to fly across the country and help him. Yeah. There's people begging us to get him to accept help, and he won't do it. Wow.
And I guarantee you, I'm not the only one. I guarantee you, I'm not the only one.
I wish there was something I could say as to, I don't know. Does he have access to any electronics where you could send him some information debunking this and that he might?
We've done all of that. We've done all of that. We've sent him all the FEMA bulletins. We've sent him all the stuff from the fact checkers. He doesn't believe it. He thinks he just believes Trump. Literally, Dan, it's a cult. He's a cult member. I'm sorry to say it. He's a cult member. And he's my father-in-law, and it sucks.
So we have the kind of man that is willing to score political points and have his own supporters suffer in order to show their allegiance to him. That is pretty damning. I would say that is pretty damning. I wish he would just be honest and just tell people that he literally just wanted their vote.
We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Well, he just said that to get elected. Once he's in office, then he gonna do the right thing and he gonna turn moral. Like, I don't think it's been no divorces or new baby mamas from him since he's been in office. So, well, if we're honest, it hasn't been 9 months yet. So we can't say that with any actual clarity. But let's see what he has politicized since he's been in office. I mean, he spent his entire week this week threatening Democrat-led cities with sending in federal forces and National Guard from other states like he's doing to Washington, D.C., despite what their own crime numbers say. And no doubt, so they can get some content that they could blast across Fox News to perpetrate the criminality of blacks. That's just this week. And this is what I call a full circle moment, because I mentioned that he was sending in National Guard from other places. Do you know where he got some National Guard from to send into D.C.? That's right, Louisiana, who's in hurricane season.
Now, Jeff Pick-Me Landry has sent 135 Louisiana National Guard soldiers to D.C. to address crime. But let me show you what his state ranks in crime. Old Jeff here ranks number 50 in crime and number 50 in the economy, but he got 135 soldiers to send to D.C. to help them address crime. What makes this a dumb and dumber decision is that this is the middle of hurricane season. We're less than 2 weeks away from the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and we got a governor that can spare 135 National Guard soldiers when you don't know what the conditions of the weather is going to be, because we've got a National Weather Service that's understaffed, and we've got a president who's now not sending reimbursements to states from FEMA when they've had natural disasters, like in North Carolina, where they're not getting their funds back, and the same with Maryland. So if you want to trust a guy like that to be your governor rather than recognizing that he's just a pick-me, understand that pick-me's are only looking out for the person that they're looking to pick them. And it ain't you. It's the MAGA movement, and it's screwing over regular everyday people every single day. Pay attention. While Jeff plays around with a 50th ranking in crime in the economy, he got 135 soldiers to send somewhere else to deal with somebody else's issues when he can't even fix the issues in his own backyard. Old folks used to say, sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine.
And let's also address the part where after FEMA had to deal with all of the misinformation that was being blasted from the right wing to their own people that were dealing with natural disasters, right? After all of that, we had to sit through congressional hearings where they scapegoated some members of FEMA for not wanting to go into areas where they were actively being threatened.
A long day on Capitol Hill for FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell.
House Republicans grilled her during two House hearings focused on the agency's response to victims of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and about a now fired FEMA employee that told workers not to help homes that were displaying Trump signs.
Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has the story.
FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell told Congress her agency and its employees are working around the clock to help Americans recovering from Hurricanes Helene and Milton. But at two House hearings, Republican lawmakers demanded she address what some say has been a lackluster response to the storms.
Meanwhile, was it a particular campaign that you were feeling that way towards, or was just the idea of the times that you were in at the times of the relief being requested?
Again, before I was even deployed to Florida, there are accounts of Trump supporters being very passionate about their political stance. And unfortunately, that led to them saying they would either do bodily harm to FEMA workers or they would do take threatening actions towards FEMA workers. And that was the trend, not just in Florida, but you'll see that in North Carolina as well and Georgia.
And it's to that point I have to ask, if you know that you have people that are threatening members of FEMA, what exactly is the protocol? Are they supposed to duct tape the man of the house, subdue and duct tape the man of the house, and force these benefits on the rest of the family? how exactly does that work when they're actively being threatened? But far be it for some of us to accept any level of accountability for their own actions. That's, put your hand down, MAGA. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You were right to put your hand up, but it's not time to talk. It says the letter accuses Donald Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem of eroding the agency's response capabilities and appointing unqualified leadership. Well, I have a question for the class. Is the current leadership of FEMA a part of this administration? It is? Well, then it would naturally be unqualified now, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be technically unqualified by virtue of being a part of this administration. But if we want to deal in specifics, Kristi Noem, who is mostly known for not being able to tell the truth, even when they have her dead to rights about something that doesn't even matter.
No, what I said is that when this was pointed out, that we made an adjustment to what the content was in the book. I've met many world leaders around the world. I've been to the DMZ. I've been traveling for years and years talking to world leaders. Just that name should not be in the book, and I'm not going to discuss those personal meetings.
Well, that may be true about Kristi Noem when it came to meeting world leaders, but I don't really think she would take that kind of cavalier attitude when life is at stake. Any life. Say what now?
She attacked me, and it was a hard decision.
The South Dakota governor tells Sean Hannity she had to put her dog Cricket down after the animal ate the neighbor's chickens and tried to bite her.
And I had a choice between keeping my small children and other people safe or a dangerous animal, and I chose the safety of my children.
No.
So if we're scoring from home, this was a letter that was written by 180 current and former members of a disaster relief agency headed by somebody who the whole world knows they can't trust, who works for a man who would politicize the thing on his head if he could. The warning comes as the nation marks 20 years since Katrina devastated the Gulf Coast, killing nearly 1,400 people, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The botched FEMA effort exposed fatal flaws in the federal emergency response system, failures that led Congress to pass sweeping reforms, including the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, which should strengthen FEMA's independence and set higher standards for its leaders. Now the letter argues those reforms are being unraveled as the Trump administration moves to either abolish or drastically shrink FEMA's role. Now, wait a minute. Something rang a bell. You're talking about shrinking FEMA's role. You're talking about federal cuts to our disaster relief. Didn't we just deal with a circumstance like this with the floods down in Texas? We did now, didn't we? And that was under this administration.
With the search for the missing reaching an end, Kirk County, Texas begins digging out, hauling away debris, and memorializing lives lost, all while waiting for answers to mounting questions about the staggering level of loss here and whether those in power could have done more to keep people out of harm's way. The sudden swelling of the Guadalupe River to raging levels caught so many by surprise. We now know Kirk County was never able to build a modern flood warning system with water gauges and sirens that officials here long knew they needed.
In fact, class, if you would really like a trivia answer for later on in life, here's a little fun tidbit. So the whole Epstein thing, which caused Congress to be out of session when they sent this letter, it caused a whole level 5 catastrophe over at the White House. That started to distract people from the mishandling of the floods in Texas. It all kind of, it's like when you do dirt, you put it out into the world and it comes back around as a birthday letter. Now, I just want to point to something very specific in the letter. It calls for its workforce to be protected from politically motivated firings. It called for its workforce to be protected from politically motivated firings. Now,
if you don't want to play that way, don't play that way. Break.
How do you think the Trump administration would react to a letter pointing to issues in their disaster relief agency that could cause catastrophic failures moving forward in helping the American people, and wanting to stay nonpartisan and be protected against politically motivated firings? Now, I know how a normal, sane, sensible person might react to that. How do you think the Trump administration would react to that? FEMA workers put on leave after signing letter warning of Trump's overhaul of the agency. The Federal Emergency Management Agency on Tuesday placed several employees on administrative leave, effective immediately, just one day after they signed an open letter warning Congress that the Trump administration's sweeping overhaul of the agency could lead to catastrophic failures in disaster response. Of the more than 180 current and former FEMA staffers who signed the letter, most did so anonymously. Only 36 signed publicly, though it's unclear how many were still employed when the letter was released. Now, let's start here. I had no idea I could sign letters denouncing my old job. I will sign up for that. I would. Woo, boy. My signature's free and clear. I get a lot of spam. That is a message I would love to. Hey, you want to sign on to this letter calling out your old job? Hell yeah, I do. Oh, I didn't work there, but I still sign that.
Stop it. Get some help.
Now, MAGA, what part of this makes FEMA stronger? What part of this makes FEMA more able and active to respond to disasters? I mean, I could ask the same thing about Jeff Landry's National Guard members walking the mall in D.C. picking up trash. I could ask that too. But what part of this is helpful to FEMA's aims? And the second part I would like to ask is if your response to being criticized for making the agency partisan and feeling like people might be attacked for speaking out and pointing to the issues that exist in the agency, if your response is to place them on administrative leave, that would make them correct now, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. That would pretty much make them correct. And here's a crazy thing, MAGA. See, in the before times, you would at least wait some time. You know what I mean? You might take the names down, but usually guilty. This makes you look up the very thing of which you've been accused. But not now. Oh my gosh. I guess they feel like sleep is the great eraser. They just one sleep and it's all just wiped away. Among them was Virginia Case, a supervisory management and program analyst who told CNN she received notice Tuesday evening that she'd been placed on paid leave. I'm disappointed but not surprised, Case said, adding that she was aware of at least 6 other FEMA workers who received similar emails. I'm also proud of those of us who stood up, regardless of what it might mean for our jobs. The public deserves to know what's happening because lives and communities will suffer if this continues. Work business, visit no FEMA DHS facility and contact no FEMA DHS personnel, according to an email to FEMA employees reviewed by CNN. Employees were also ordered to share their personal email addresses because access to their FEMA DHS accounts had been suspended. The move echoes actions taken this summer when the Trump administration suspended roughly 140 employees from the Environmental Protection Agency days after they signed a public letter raising concerns about the treatment of federal workers and the Trump administration's regulation on climate and public health. Now, here we have two separate breeds of people. We have the people that sounded the alarm, regardless of what the ramifications may be for themselves, because they took their jobs and their accountability to the people seriously.
At this West Virginia dining room table, we found former NIOSH employees now mounting a last-minute pressure campaign to save their agency. And they say the lives of the miners it protects.
If there was a miner sitting here, what would you say to them about what this is going to look like for them going forward?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for them. I'm sorry for their families.
Not unlike what we saw with the miners as well. We saw the exact same thing with the miners in a previous video that I made. And then we have the kinds of people that are willing to subject even their own supporters of pain, anguish, and potentially even death to score political points. And guess which breed we elevate? Guess which breed we empower in America 2025?
Man, this some more bullshit.
Now, here's where it gets really crazy, because we're talking about politically motivated firings. And I literally just did a video about Lisa Cook at the Fed. I literally just recorded that video yesterday about pressing Jerome Powell to change the interest rates. And magically they come up with a mortgage case on Lisa Cook that ain't even as bad as the one on King Paxton that magically just sitting on their desk. Trump said he's removing Fed Governor Lisa Cook, citing his administration's allegations of mortgage fraud. Cook, the first Black woman to serve on the Fed's board, said Trump has no authority to fire her, and her lawyers said that it would file a lawsuit challenging this illegal action. Now, MAGA, this might be hard for you to believe if I told you this, in time. So I'm going to tell you now so you know. This may be really hard for you to believe. But you know what's crazy is while I was researching this story about workers with FEMA accusing the administration of politicizing their agency and their fear of retribution from this administration. While I was doing this, do you know what was in the margin? No lie. This literally was what was in the margin because it happened the same day. Trump threatens Chris Christie and ABC News after watching critical This Week interview. President Donald Trump on Sunday threatened to investigate Chris Christie over a decades-old political scandal and revoke ABC News' broadcasting license after the Disney-owned network aired an interview in which the former governor sharply criticized the president.
Israel.
Yep.
Comment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's who y'all put in charge. That's who y'all put in charge. We had a whole debate about free speech and flag burning.
It's the revolutionary agenda.
For him to threaten ABC's news license because their interview hurt his feelings. That is a thing that happened. The exact same time as the FEMA workers are accusing, like, this is going to look so bad in time. Honestly, this is going to look so bad. But I can tell you this, y'all won't be the only ones looking bad. No, because you had help. Chris refused to take responsibility for these criminal acts, Trump added. For the sake of justice, perhaps we should start looking at the very serious situation again. No one is above the law. The president's social media post also mocked this week's host, Jonathan Karl's physical appearance and the show's bad ratings in order to crack a joke about the network being forced to pay me $16 million to settle Trump's defamation suit. I just watched sloppy Chris Christie be interviewed on ABC's This Week, the president posted. He accused Christie, the former Trump ally, of lying about the dangerous and deadly closure of the George Washington Bridge in order to stay out of prison, referring to the 2013 Bridgegate scandal in which several Christie aides and allies colluded to create traffic jams on the bridge to punish a local Democratic mayor. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop us right here. Trump, why are you putting that image of Chris Christie on the beach back in my head? You have made this year so difficult in so many ways. At least I have respite when I go to sleep. Not tonight. Not tonight. It's just gonna be Chris Christie walking back and forth on the beach in my dreams.
Governor of the state of New Jersey, Chris Christie, that's him there in the black cap and shorts, enjoying a holiday weekend on the beach with family and friends. So why are these photos causing such a furor? Because while the governor can soak up the rays and feel the sand under his toes on a state beach, nobody else can.
The president's post also mocked This Week host Jonathan Karl's physical appearance and the show's bad ratings in order to crack a joke about the network being forced to pay me $16 million to settle Trump's defamation suit last year. And sure enough, ABC News settles defamation suit with Trump for $15 million. I guess maybe he added $1 million for interest. What was the settlement for? What was the settlement for? You went and settled that suit, not unlike CBS and Paramount. And Lord knows I was on their neck with that whole Colbert thing, right? You went and settled that whole defamation suit just for him to turn around and threaten to revoke your license because he didn't like one interview that one journalist did one night. Congratulations. Congratulations. What was it for? Y'all didn't just see what happened with Rupert Murdoch and them, all that money they had to pay for Dominion to try and push the big lie. And now he's suing them because he's mad that they found Epstein's birthday card. Like, I don't understand what part of Pick Me don't you understand? Like, I don't. It's baffling to me how people are moving in 2025. It really is. It's really given like Target deciding that they want to capitulate after there was the right wing outrage at DEI, and prior to that, the Pride collection. Like, what did you think? You thought they were just going to flood into your stores? If you don't have no stars in bars gear, it ain't for them. Like, I don't understand what you thought was going to happen. Huh? Cracker Barrel. They put Uncle Herschel back?
What?
Who's Uncle Herschel?
Just let Cracker Barrel be Cracker Barrel. Bring back Uncle Herschel.
Oh, that's Byron Donalds. That's Byron Donalds' kin. Yeah, but they put Byron Donalds' Uncle Herschel back on it? Oh, okay.
The fact that
Well, he gonna have a little pep on his stuff. Yeah.
Cracker out of the barrel.
Yeah, he gonna be a little extra dark in the front. Okay, all right. I'll be on the lookout for that.
You are saved, and I love the biscuits.
But just so I'm clear, when people sound the alarm that we are in danger because of the political games being played on Capitol Hill, and the response is to double down on said political games, then that just puts us in much further danger than even they described. And that danger applies to all of us, because I have never known a natural disaster to respect a red hat or a Confederate flag. If anything, they love it. Thank you guys so much for
Recreating the sundown area is hard. Okay, a little bit of. Now I'm moving into some Tim Black. Now I like Tim Black.
Guy's one of the biggest crash outs I've seen in modern times. I got wind of him when I saw him crashing out with Amanda Seals in that Jubilee thing. He was just saying any type of old crazy. So, I don't know, I saw him on Twitter. Here he is crashing out about people talking about Hulk Hogan.
I've been a Hulk Hogan fan. I'm a black wrestling fan. I've been a Hulk Hogan fan since I was like 10 years old, 6 years old. I have followed the sport of wrestling, and I don't care about anything they're talking about. For them to tarnish this man's legacy, the only reason they're doing that is because he was a Trump supporter, and because he spoke at the RNC and he spoke at the thing to get Trump.
But this guy, he said people were giving Hulk Hogan because he supported Trump. That's not why they were giving him. At least that's not why I was giving him. Giving him because he used the N-word a few times. He used it, not like he was rapping DMX lyrics, right? So that's what it was about. But this goofy, he so want the money, trying to get the dollars, the grifting, because there's a lot of money on the conservative white end. If you become their puppet dog, they will hit you, they will hook you up. Now, here he is crashing out.
Doing that is because he was a Trump supporter, and because he spoke at the RNC and he spoke at the.
He does not prepare his remarks at all. He just comes out. He says any old dumb stuff.
To get Trump elected. This is disgusting, and they ought to be sued for defamation.
Black people want to get mad at me when I say the truth because we don't like to hear the truth. But here is the truth. I have never had a bad encounter with the police. So what we have a new thing in the black community is
he never had a bad encounter with the police. That's you.
Right.
You're just one person, dog. I understand that. I never was shot, but I heard bullets hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean no one else has ever been shot.
Look, he said it. Well, watch it happen.
Never been stabbed, but I heard getting stabbed hurts like hell too.
Right.
Burns. You know what I'm saying? I believe it. I heard childbirth can be painful. Never given birth, but I know it exists. See, what he's saying don't make any damn sense.
We want to play victim because we love to play victim. So we'll have a person completely resist arrest, right? They'll right. The minimal thing is I would have all the empathy for black people that are assaulted by police. If I saw a video cam where they were doing everything they were supposed to do, they were law-abiding citizens and they had no criminal record and they were just doing what they were supposed to do.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
He would have all the empathy in the world for a black person who was assaulted by a cop if that person did everything he was supposed to do and didn't have a criminal record and never spit on the sidewalk and it was a Tuesday and it wasn't but past 5 o'clock in the afternoon and his shoelaces were not untied and he helped old lady cross the street before he saw him. He had just helped the old lady cross the street and his nickname, it can't be Dusty or Shotgun or Tornado, and he likes his cheese, Sicilian cheese, not that Neapolitan shit, and he got all these qualifiers.
And he's for a foreign country.
Earth to dum-dum.
Goddamn.
Cops can't assault you because assault's against the law, dumbass. Not because you didn't commit a crime, not because you never spit on the sidewalk, not because you listened to everything, not because none of those qualifiers mean cops get to break the law. They got laws too, dumbass.
Right.
But what I find rich is part of his argument was that black people are victims. That black people are victims. They all want to be victims, right? Keep that same energy. Stay right there, y'all. Keep that same energy. This shit is hilarious. You can't make this up.
I've been a Hulk Hogan fan. I'm a black wrestler.
Black wrestler.
Wrestler.
That fool said black wrestler, y'all. He said black wrestler. Is there such thing as a black wrestler fan?
Not black. Not by any means of the stretch.
If you're going to be a grifter, at least learn how to grift.
What they were supposed to do.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
I kind of like that.
So this is me cleaning out my classroom because I resigned because I was targeted at my school for my political beliefs. So this is my classroom, me getting my stuff. And yeah, I was targeted. I was told in so many words that if you don't stop speaking about certain political things, that you will be fired. And then I was targeted afterwards with a bunch of petty stuff to get me to leave my job. So, shouldn't be happening in any workplace for conservatives or Christians or, and this is a Christian school, but it's predominantly Black. These are run by Black Democrats. And yeah, my classroom, and it's not right. But I'm okay because I have, always contracted work.
Stop crying. Stop being a victim, man. Why you being a victim? Take accountability, sir. Where's your accountability? See, if you'd have done everything, look, I would feel bad for you, man. Hold on a second.
Right.
I probably feel bad for you, man, if you had done everything you were supposed to do. When they told you to do it, they say jump, you're supposed to jump. And don't come back on the ground until they tell you to. Right. Yeah, man, I feel bad for you, man. But see, this is what I think, Hambone. I think you was on company time sitting in your car shooting half that bullshit videos. Right. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you go out, you weren't doing your damn job. You one of them lazy Negroes. You look lazy. You go out doing hours while you're supposed to be at work. Because I saw the videos, you always sit in your car, you always had that little cheap ass medallion thing around your neck. You was always looking out the window like a runaway slave, like this. Yeah, and black people, and black people, and then I don't know why black people, you always look like you was, sneaking to shoot your video. That's because your ass is at work. Your punk ass supposed to be working. Meanwhile, you up there bashing black people.
During school.
And that shit ain't work out too well for you. You thought this was gonna be your ticket to stardom. Mm-hmm. Your ass need a speech class. You need a speech class. You need an ideology that's not as just hate black people. Yeah, you need to play different than that. You know.
Sorry.
Whatever you're sitting there. Your Z28, your IROC Z28, I don't know what that is. Yeah, you was talking mad shit. Oh, you was loud and boisterous. Now you all knew that, I don't know what they did. I see that little tear coming out your eye. I don't know why they did this to me. It's wrong what they did, but it's okay. I'm going to be all right. I'm going to go get something from the soup kitchen. I'm going to go move in with my mama again. I know I'm 38. That looks dumb, but I'm going to go do it anyway. My wife already left me anyway. We were already split up. Now maybe I can get some child support from her, even though she got the kids. Maybe I could go to the DL School of Articulation and learn how to pontificate and elaborate, elucidate action verbs in a sentence from Proverbs to Ezekiel to when I speak yo. Yeah, man, I don't feel bad for this guy at all. I don't.
Not at all.
Like I said, man, these grifting days, the grifters got to go, fam. The grifters got to go, man. We do not have time for the grifters, the sellouts. I have nothing against people being conservative. Nothing against conservatives at all, man. I have grown. I have learned that was just like, that was what the Democrats round me up to say that shit. I realized that Democrats and Republicans both suck. And there are things I agree with on the conservative side, and there are things I agree with on the more left side. There are things I agree with still. I still think everybody deserves health care. I still think that should be a human right. I will never change from that. But I also feel people should be able to protect themselves. Okay? People should have the right to bear arms. I believe those two things. You work at a religious school, a Christian school, and you got all that hate in your conversation. See, he went on there, he went and did that Jubilee thing with Amanda Seals, and he thought, oh, this is my ticket. Yeah, and all it did was make your profile get big enough for people to see it and people to hear what you really think.
Speaking of Amanda Seals, like, you know, I've been at, when I'm not here, you know, I'm usually on some downtime stuff, right? Watching movies and other shit. And when I turned on YouTube today to get my queue ready, there is nothing but different types of Amanda Seals type propaganda. You know what I mean? Podcasts, I don't know, other shit. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, come on now. You know what I mean? Her explaining what black radicalism is and difference of, and I was like, man, come on now, stop it. Yeah, that was going on. Okay. Hold on a second.
A top CDC official resigned. And in his resignation letter, he wrote a bunch of stuff in it. And and Scott is dismissing everything he wrote because he also wrote in his resignation letter the term birthing person.
Stuff that affects real people's lives, vaccines, you know.
Or in national immunization
Yeah,
awareness
immunization.
month.
I hear the criticism from this person. I just have to say, he did use the term pregnant people in his resignation.
Oh, come
letter.
on.
I'm sorry. If that is like, if that is like the way you're, if that is like the way you're presenting information, I have questions about your credibility.
Is that Scott? It's like, it's so amazing.
It's not a ruse. He really wrote it down.
It's a ruse because people are
this guy's not credible to me. That's all I'm telling you.
Scott, are you serious?
Come on.
He is not credible.
No. Are you serious that this is
Yes, he did write it.
That of all the things that we're talking about here, immunizations, vaccines, autism, the research about on communicable diseases, on cancer, and you are the most concerned about someone's use of the word people.
Yeah, because
that's the most important thing
because you were just complaining about the politicization of science, and I can't think of politicization of science more than that, or of what some of these people said to the American people during COVID. So the credibility of some of these folks who are complaining. Look.
Okay, so
well, I'm complaining, and I'm a public health and preventive medicine physician. We in the NAACP are complaining, right? And we are an iconic civil rights and human rights organization. There is reason to complain, Scott. You have a person who, during his confirmation hearings, said that Black people had a different immune system, that we should follow a different immunization schedule. You have a person who has spent his life undermining science, credible science. The people who walked out of the CDC, the people who resigned, these are not flippant folks. These are not people who did this on the slight of a turn. These are people who dedicated their livelihoods, who dedicated their hearts and their expertise to safeguarding the health of all Americans. And now we are compromised, not just from a health and well-being standpoint, but from a national security standpoint. What's going to happen when the next outbreak
let me just real quick play this, because
States?
Scott seems to think that RFK Jr., who says things like this, is more credible than people who have degrees.
I literally didn't say
in the subject.
But watch, I didn't say.
But watch,
why are you
watch
saying
this
I said
clip.
that? I didn't say that.
When I was a kid, and I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell they're from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's not how our children are supposed to look.
Science. Hashtag
science.
This is why Ajiz Shah said that this is wacky, flat earth, voodoo stuff. Please, Peter Hotez, please send a few introductory biology textbooks to the Department of HHS. I mean, look, the reason, Scott, I said what I said is because rather than you seriously answering a question about the real concerns that were raised by these officials about the bending of science to the will of that guy, you decided that the most important thing to you was their lack of credibility because they used the word people I mean, I just think I understand the rhetoric and the political.
You realize that you're accepting some politicization of science, but not others, right?
What's the politicization of science that's been accepted?
Can men get pregnant or not?
Scott,
we're talking about
CDC,
we're talking about
I'm saying you're not a terribly credible person.
The CDC that is responsible for the health and well-being of the
that
nation.
has absolutely nothing.
Nothing
to do with
it does, because
not.
it's a question of whether your scientists are going to politicize or not, and you accept some and not others.
To do with the conversation that we are having.
That's just the I disagree. It's a credibility.
Why would we do that when people have died and are dying? Why would we do that when people's children are being dehumanized
in this country about real things? When everything just becomes about buzzwords
or political
and
I don't understand why you're rejecting this criticism of someone's credibility.
Because I think that what matters to people in their homes is whether or not they know what immunizations their child should have, which, by the way, immunizations have saved so many lives.
I'm not disagreeing with you about that. I agree.
What matters to them around the world is not what words are being used
I think it does
by
matter,
people.
because it tells you what kind of person
it is whether or not they can trust that the guy who's making decisions about their health actually knows what a mitochondria is.
Yes. And when we focus on, imbecilic things such as that, that's why people are then subject to misinformation and disinformation, and they resort to violence, Scott. There was just it's not violence. This is not a laughing. There was a shooting at the CDC.
Attacks on ice agents
a police officer is dead. There are people rejecting the fact that people are
now you're blaming
being
this.
kidnapped.
I think
Scott, cherry pick these things.
We don't cherry pick.
Scott, there's nobody who is justifying attacks against ICE officials. And nobody should justify or diminish somebody shooting hundreds of bullets into a workplace where people
are trying to save lives, where people are practicing public health.
So I don't understand why that would even be a comparison that you would make, honestly.
Because it's a great way to not answer the question.
Well, guys, we're way over our time here.
Thousands of doctors, hundreds of thousands of doctors who probably don't use words that you don't like, who agree on the science. The science is settled when it comes to autism and vaccines. Definitely. They have nothing to do with each other.
Definitely.
Less than 1% of scientists suggest that there might be a link.
You seem to be very angry with me. I fundamentally agree with you.
No, but why do we have to get derailed by this political BS when you could just say, that's garbage and we shouldn't politicize science?
Because some scientists are allowed to politicize things and some aren't.
No.
And it depends on your politics, and that's how
that's not true.
That is very much not true.
That's not true.
Here we are.
Thank you for saying that.
Scott made a couple points. Most Americans would not trust a person who would come out of their mouth with the term birthing person. A lot of Americans just don't want to hear from you after that. That's true.
Right.
It's like you wouldn't go, like if you found out somebody was a flat earther to the bone, right?
Agenda that did that.
You would look at them when they start telling you how to, do certain things. You'd be like, I don't know if I trust a flat earther guy. Yeah. The guy that believes in ghosts,
really,
haunted houses and shit. Like you're like, and I'm serious. I don't see much difference between the haunted house loving guy, the haunted house believing guy. You know what I'm saying? The guy that really believes you step on a crack, you break your mother's back. I don't see much difference between that and the person that's walking around saying birthing person instead of mom.
Look, let's just be very honest with it, right? It was them. It was the Democratic Party and all their agendas pushing this agenda that people lived a different lifestyle with doing, trans people can be mothers too, or trans people can now give birth, or whatever the propaganda was, right? So it was them that pushed all that out there, and then it was somebody that's, you had trans men telling black women that there were more women than they were, and they could have a child and all this extra stuff, even though they were taking hormones, and they were like, yeah, I'm a birthing person, or whatever that is, right? It's just another way of, like, when they're asked, well, what is a woman? They don't have an answer. They have some roundabout bullshit ass fucking thing. When it's purely very simple. I'm a woman. I can clearly tell you what a woman is. Like, without any propaganda. You know what I mean? I'll even break it down. A woman goes through puberty, a girl goes through puberty, hips spread, the fucking oceans and the universe and the fucking everything comes into alignment and she becomes a woman. Everything starts to make way to bring children into the world. Simple. You don't have to create that. It's just natural. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? Versus everybody else who on this agenda that, want to be parents and want to do this certain way. So you got women that are going through changes to change into men and being able to, they're still a woman, they still got a womb, but now they want to be called this. It's a whole bunch of gender confusion, gender shit. It's a whole bunch of shit. And it's not like a lot of things like just I used to say this a lot of times. It's one thing if you've been living like that, if you're been living let's say if you're a man living as a woman, you've been living as a woman like your whole life. That's a whole separate situation, right? Same thing as a woman living as a man, you know what I mean? Her whole life, not just, she's wearing some big bulky clothing or anything, but she's actually been doing the treatments and whatnot, and, clearly is going through some gender dysphoria, whatever that is. I mean, I know what that is. I'm just being redundant. That's a whole separate issue. Then we had people that were just profiting off the agenda, and they clearly are doing it for benefits. There's benefit to it, housing, certain types of things, right? Housing for one, okay? They can't be disqualified from certain things, you know what I mean? They get to play in sports, they get to do all this extra shit, right? And they're protected. This is a protected class of people. No, right? So everything, especially if you don't use proper pronouns, if that's what they choose, or you dead name them, like calling them by their given name, or you treat them as they're given, as what they came into the world as, and it's a hate crime, right? So I remember it as the Democrats doing this shit. They're the ones who pushed all these agendas, and being like, well, you can't say this, you can't do that. This is it's feelings over facts, it's feelings over science, it's feelings over this, it's feelings over that. And when that happened, that let the science community just go ham, right? And then laws and stuff in everybody's state was changed, or were changing. Like in our state, for example, in Denver, they have a little protected neighborhood, right? That nobody really talks about, but it's there. They get all kinds of benefits. You stop seeing men that were living a lifestyle as a woman stop shaving, and then they had beards, and that was acceptable. And then it just caused all this confusion because we know as regular women, we could pass by. We just know that that's not a natural woman. We just know. You know what I mean? Whereas they were, there was a lot of confusion. There was a lot of, I just seen a reel the other day, where a brother thought he was going to visit with this young sister, and he sees that she got, she got something going on, and she clearly looks like a woman, until you see her grab herself and try to like shh, nobody knows here, nobody knows. And he's like, oh, fuck that. This is fucked up, you know what I mean? And he's obviously in a position where he's recording. He's like, fuck that, I'm telling everybody. You know what I mean? Because he was entrapped, you know what I mean? And she's like, well, let's go over here quietly. And he's like, no. I say she because she looked like a woman. She's never beard. And until you seen her it was a young sister. So you see her, manhandle herself. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it like, because I would have said she grabbed the Swilla. She grabbed her own Swilla. I don't want to say it like that. I just say she grabbed herself, and that's when you knew that she was on some other shit. You know what I mean? And he wasn't having it because he didn't know. He made it all the way back from lunch or whatever to the pad. Shares a place with a whole bunch of other motherfuckers that apparently don't know. You know what I mean? And that shit, he's just there. You know what I mean? So we had a lot of stuff going on like that. You had people getting cases and automatically saying that they're on the LGBTQ thing, or that they are identifying as a woman. Instead, they don't go to the men's prison; they go to the women's. You dig? And causes problems in the jail. It's all sorts of things, like all sorts of things. And then they'll say like, oh, well, regular. I'm gonna say regular, straight. I'll say from our perspective, straight black men and women are homophobic or transphobic, and that's not the case. That's not the case. It's not the case. Okay, that's not the case. But yeah, no, they brought that. They did all that. So this birthing person shit, I forgot who said it first. I think I was watching a documentary and someone had brought it up, but it was a white person, obviously. And that shit was like highly offensive. Not to us, because we know that we're mothers and fathers. You see what I'm saying? Only the people that lived that lifestyle were offended and wanted to continue on with the being able to have their children go through certain changes and whatnot. And there's been many cases where they were actually didn't want that shit after a while. It was like they regretted it. They don't ever really talk about those points. It's a big controversy. It's almost disturbing because it was kind of forced. You know what I mean? So like when you see a woman living as a man with a beard and chest hair and all kinds of things, having pregnant, it's gonna fuck you up, right? It's gonna throw you off. Anybody will see that, and you can't say that you wouldn't be thrown off by that bullshit. So also what I'm just gonna say that so many concessions have been made for this particular group of people. I want to say that it's ridiculous. So many different protections, so many different amendments, things that change for them. You know what I mean? And they're still very derogatory when it comes to women. It's still very upsetting. Nobody ever asked black women how we feel about this shit nowadays, right? Or seeing that you got men dressing like wretched ass women and still telling a black woman she's not a woman, she's not woman enough, or that there are more women than her. Is still kind of because it only happens with us, and you see it. You don't see it with the whites. You don't see it with anybody else. You really just see it with us as foundational Black Americans. That's facts. It's the truth. You know what I mean? And then you see them carrying on it over there in front of the White House or whatever. You see that, but you see that you only see the disrespect happening online to women, regular women, and we're just like over it, shoulder shrug. You know what I mean? Shoulder shrug. You're still gonna have to deal with us. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? show respect. You're still gonna have to deal with us at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, you know, she gets a little bit ugly for them. And you know, what they're not gonna do is what I've seen recently is them even trying to get physical with women. You know what I mean? Like as far as being disrespectful. And those cases are like, you get shook out your pumps, bro. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? So it's kind of contentious. I think what RFK Jr. is saying is the facts. When that man-made that pandemic happened, we were the first ones saying that as Black people, we should not get that. It doesn't jive with us. It's gonna make us sicker. It's gonna make it worse. And there's plenty. They thought that they could have a nurse up there to get the first one, and that was going to be the key to ringing in the Black people to come get them, right? And we're standing firmly on don't do it, because we were seeing people we knew get terribly ill. I, for one, got terribly ill a couple of times, like twice, very ill. Like respirator, be at home type. I got machines at home, so it's okay. And I was very sick. We've seen other people get major clots, blood clots, lose their senses. It was people's whole face just, you know what I mean? And so we're telling our people not to do it. And not to mention, like, if you follow like certain people like 19 Keys and things like that, and brother RZA, right? And you follow him, like Brother RZA, especially him. He went and did a lot of the research, went into the science and into the science departments and really did the research to really kind of like, prove what we were saying, because they were saying we were disinformationists and we're spreading lies and whatnot. But it's not a lie. It's not a lie. Black people, especially foundational Black Americans, should not take none of that shit. None of that shit. I don't know how it goes with the other Black people in the diaspora, because they didn't have as many outbreaks as here, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. It's kind of, I don't want to say a hot place statement, but I don't believe that their population, that their numbers were like heavy like it was here. I mean, that shit was spreading like wildfire. Nobody covers their mouths. Nobody does. You know what I mean? And people were just coughing, sneezing, touching shit. You could look, the bus, the elevator, everything was just bad. You know what I mean? So if you had a weak immune system or a bad heart, like myself, yeah, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get sick. You're not a good immune system, like Jesse. Shit, Jesse fought that shit off in like a week with oranges. The first time we were together. The first time, but after that, the second time, I went back to my spot, so he can get the rest he needed and get well, because without him, I can't function sometimes. You know what I mean? Like he has to help. You know what I mean? Well, he doesn't have to, but shit, he helps. He does a lot. So, if he's down, fuck, man, it's all bad. Yeah, they were saying we were disinformationists. They were up there. So what RFK Jr. is saying is right and exact. You know what I mean? But I don't understand how it goes from that to birthing people and all this extra shit, when now they're trying to create babies in fucking robots. Like, come on now. Like, pretty soon you're not gonna be able to do any of that. they look. If you watch the RVA, then you know that I just showed a thing on 60 Minutes when I got my shit taken down for how they, been saving eggs and shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's ridiculous. It's not a good time to. It's never really a good time, but it's not a real good time to have a baby if all this is happening. You know what I mean? Because stability is kind of low. Like there's not good stability going on in anybody's city. So unless you have a good nest egg, you have good insurance, you have a good plan, a good job, you can kind of plan that out, and you got a good little nest egg for savings and stuff like that. It's gonna be kind of hard. But having one just without a plan, wouldn't recommend it, especially in this climate, considering that the market is up and down as Trump's moods are up and down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't get it. So, yeah, that's a valid point. It's always a valid point when you bring it up. And what the hell would that have to do with his resignation letter? Why would you put that in the resignation letter? And if you didn't want it publicized, you probably would have left it out. So, yeah, and yeah, it just gave Scott something to say besides all the other stuff. I got to admit that the RFK clip was damning. We need to do things for kids because when I look at kids, I can see sick. That's it. That's what we're doing. We're just looking at people and determining their health level by just looking at them. I can see if their arm's hanging off. I can see if their leg is on backwards, but like you can't do a diagnosis just looking at people. You do have to be diagnosed. You got to do, and even those aren't 100%, but RFK, who is not a doctor, says he can just look at people when he walks down the street. I guess if someone's morbidly obese, you could say that. But you don't know why. You just know that they are. Anyway, so look, man. I was one of those people that said, hey, as long as, like, look, I don't know who was the CDC guy. Like, I don't know who was the Health Human Services guy before RFK Jr. was. I have no idea. I think most of America doesn't know either. And just the fact that it was RFK Jr. that was running for it, that was picked to be that, everyone became kind of interested. Because he was a Democrat. RFK comes from a Democratic family, well-known, storied Democratic. People call them the American version of kings and queens, right? The Kennedys. Big time, like no one else in the country is as, the story, all of it, right? With the Kennedys, it's big time, okay? So for the way they demonize this guy, like anybody who believes that politics ain't a major role in narratives and all that stuff, look what they did to this guy. Remember, he ran as a Democrat. They wouldn't give him any airtime. He was a Kennedy. That tells me everything about the Democratic Party. And we haven't even gotten to what he's actually doing in the job, right? I'm still just talking about the fact it exposed everything about the Democrats that's disgusting about and corrupt how they do business. Fam, it's like I can't even do a correlation between that and Black America. If you had an award show and you wouldn't let Denzel in, and said he hadn't shown he was a good enough actor to be at the award show. You know what I'm saying? Just think of that. Everyone go, this phony shit, this is horrible. What kind of award show is this? How could you not let Denzel in? How could you not let Morgan Freeman? How could you not let, I always forget her name. Not Vivica Fox. Damn. Tashina Arnold. Hey, Tashina. But you get what I'm saying. You get where I'm going with this? But see, the Democratic Party didn't let the Kennedys in. Get what I'm saying? Like the name Kennedy has social relevance. It has historical relevance in this country. And the fact the Democratic Party wouldn't even let him run fair and square. He had to leave the Democratic Party, run as an independent, still get bombasted, still get slammed. And then Trump was like, look, I'm just perfect. Y'all treated this guy so horrible. You shitted on him so badly. Come join me and bring your people with you. And now you want to complain, Abby? Now you have the audacity to complain about this guy, his job, what he's doing? He's only doing that job because of what your party did. And you helped do it. Because I don't remember you bringing RFK Jr. on the show and treating him with any respect. If you brought him on, I don't remember you being anything more than a Democratic Party hack when it came to this. And that goes for everybody. That goes for the entire cable news media across the board, Johnson. They all did it. So any complaints about why this guy has that job, if he's qualified, any of that, that's on the Democrats. And you didn't let him run against Biden or against Kamala. If you'd have treated him, and Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson with a little bit, and Cenk Uygur with a little bit of freaking respect, maybe we wouldn't be here. This guy left the party. People would say, arguably, his family helped build. It don't make no damn sense. So if you look at it like that, how could you and I expect to ever get a fair shake in the Democratic Party? How can some black guy from, Prince George's County, Maryland, get a fair shake from Prince George's County school system without money in my family, without, not a war hero, how can I get a fair shake in the political system running if you won't even let RFK Jr. get a fair shake? I mean, come on, man. So we got a bunch of delusional people running around pretending that the Democrats aren't full of shit. And then you on this very panel, you have Abby Phillip and lady that's actually, I was going to stop the tape, but I was like, let me let her keep going. This woman sat up here and she said that the NAACP is the notable this and the notable that, and we're not happy. And I'm like, who's happy with you? Who the hell is happy with you? I've been saying the NAACP need to change their name to the the Migrant Protection Organization, the LGBTQ Tranquility Zone or something. Because that's basically, and also just put Democratic Party behind your name. The NAACP is supposed to be a separate body outside of politics, and there ain't a soul on this earth with any common sense, ethics, or knowledge that would not say that the NAACP is in the back pocket, not only of the ADL, not only of Jewish organizations, but also from the Democratic Party itself, and the DCCC and the DNC. Everyone knows that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's her sitting up here on her, on her best preacher move, on her acting indignant, acting like she's being, trying to gaslight, and standing on that ground. That ground is soggy. I would not stand on that ground, girl. It's gonna be a stink hole. So that's a stink hole. Don't stand on that. It's a sink and a stink hole, both at the same time. But yeah, we got people that go along for the okie doke. And all I'm saying is I haven't even gotten to the nuts and bolts of the conversation, but just, Abby. Well, listen, Scott. Listen, Scott. Thank you for the ratings. Without you, I don't know where we'd be. But Scott, I don't understand it. I'm going to keep repeating myself because I'm losing the argument, whatever the argument was. And I'm going to continue to keep saying the same thing over and over, Scott, like your name, Scott. So that Scott, great Scott. Oh, Scott. No, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, stop, Scott. Hopscotch, doorstop, top notch.
Right. I think that she does a horrible fucking, and she's not like she really makes any point. She's like rarely ever stands up for black people. I don't know. She rarely stands up. This is all bad over there. And I think Scott Jennings is just having a fucking field day every time he gets on there. Okay. This is crazy. Who knew? Well, I think you knew if you lived there, but okay,
I'm here in Euless, Texas, in front of Anna's Island Grill, where they've been selling horse meat for over a decade. Horse meat is sold as Lahasi. There's a number of different spellings. This is just a little restaurant. There's a park next door, gas station. You would not think that horse meat is being sold in the United States, let alone in this restaurant behind me, but I've got documentation that they've been selling horse meat since 2013 when they opened this restaurant. It's illegal in Texas for horse meat to be sold for human consumption. So there's a number of violations here, and that's why we're going across the United States, investigating the sales of horse meat, exposing what's happening, and raising awareness, because it's bad enough horses are being exported into other countries and slaughtered, but we don't want them slaughtered right here in the United States and served up on a table for human consumption. We have informants across the United States. We have a hotline for horses, where tips are sent in. We learned about this restaurant. We've done an investigation. We found where they have been selling horse meat on social media since 2013. It's not listed on their website. We did a archive search on their website, and we could not find anywhere where they listed horse meat or Lahasi on their website menu, but they're advertising it online. So this leads us to believe that they know what they're doing is wrong. It's not listed on the window behind me here. It doesn't say Lahasi or horse meat. What's happening here is definitely
it's horse meat Hawaiian style.
Wrong. Horse meat is toxic. The AVMA, the Veterinarian Medical Association, they've done a study. Horses are not raised for human consumption, and they're given drugs that are not intended for animals for human consumption. So you have a lot of different issues with horse meat that, these horses are given drugs by.
What happened to regular, like, you couldn't get a cow or lamb or pig or goat? I mean, like, is it that bad? Is dairy still being made, right? Dairy still being produced, right, by cows? I'm just asking, beef and whatnot. I'm just curious.
Veterinarians to make them comfortable, and then we have people butchering them literally in the United States and serving them up.
Like, it's not even the apocalypse yet. Like, calm down. Like, Jesus Christ. Hey, where are you doing this at? Like, where's the video of them, walking Hank back to the stall to catch it? You know what I mean?
At restaurants, this is a human health concern. We're finding a ton of zoonotic diseases within horses, including diphtheria. This is a very critical situation, and it definitely needs your attention.
Who did they serve? Who did they serve? Crazy. Texas? Texas? That's so odd. That's so weird. They were telling. They were like, yeah. I just want to hold on a sec, Belly. I can't. I just gotta go a little further. I just gotta see. Real quick. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Any more on this story?
I'm here in Euless, Texas, in front of Anna's Island Grill, where they've been selling horse meat for over a decade. Horse meat is sold as Lahasi. There's a number of different spellings. This is just a little restaurant. There's a park next door, gas station. You would not think the horse meat is being sold in the United States, let alone in this restaurant behind me. But I've got documentation that they've been selling horse meat since.
There was more. This is fucking out of control. That's out of control. That's just out of control. Like.
We're in Salt Lake City, and some refer to Salt Lake City as horse heaven. They're not referring that this is a great place for horses to live. They're referring to a graveyard of horses, because horses are being butchered right here for human consumption. You can buy it from food trucks. We're doing an investigation, and that's why I don't look like I normally do, because we're investigating the sale of horse meat for human consumption right here in the United States. Primarily, horse meat is sold at food trucks here in Salt Lake, but we're going to go hit up some grocery stores that supply food to these food trucks to see if we might be able to get any horse meat or find out who's selling it. It is pretty crazy to be in the United States and realize how much horse meat is for sale. And then the element of crime involving the horse meat is crazy. I mean, like when you see posts online being like, hey, I want some horse. Like, well, my neighbor's got 15. Well, one will do. I mean, you don't know if they went out and stole that horse and butchered it to eat it. This is absolutely ridiculous. And we'll see if we can get some leads at this grocery store. You're going to be doing?
I'm filming from in here.
Yeah, so we'll
Hoping
see.
you're okay.
See how this goes.
We didn't even get to the door before something went wrong.
Okay, we were just going to go in there, and the internet says they close at 8 o'clock, and they're closed at 7:30. So no luck there. We flew into Salt Lake today, so we're going to be here working on trying to get as much as we can, but had to line some stuff out once we got here. So might not be able to get any horse meat today, but we're definitely on a mission to get horse meat while we're out here and expose what's happening.
We're here in another location where their food truck often is that advertises loudly and proudly that they sell horse meat, and it looks like they've already packed up for the evening. It's really hard to track these guys down, and even if we did find them, they may not have it today because it's kind of like a specialty, a delicacy, they say. But we're looking, we're trying to find it, but we're also trying to get some orders put in to pick up later. So hopefully we can get some horse meat, get it DNA tested, and prove that, for sure they are selling horse meat in Utah. We got nothing but frustration that first day, but we were still researching. We were still trying to find some sources of Lahasi, the horse meat, and we weren't going to give up, but it was getting a little discouraged until we found someone that agreed to sell us some horse meat.
We're on our way to try to purchase some horse meat again. I'm literally getting dressed up undercover in the car. So I'm not quite all undercover yet, but we're on our way. Well, hopefully we can get some and get DNA samples sent off and get proof that they're actually shipping, or they're actually butchering horses and selling it for human consumption. So we'll see how today goes this evening. I'm a little nervous, I guess. Well, it's getting later, and we're on our way. We're about half an hour away still of driving to where this horse meat is supposed to have been cooked that we've ordered, and this is just really horrifying that in the United States, you can buy horse meat for human consumption. But we'll see if we can get it, and we'll see how this goes. We are driving. It feels like to the middle of nowhere. We're just stopping to get cameras and the recorders and stuff. And then I'll be the one going up to the door and knocking and asking for the horse meat.
Quarter mile, the destination is on your left.
Hello, this is Swana? Yeah. I'm here for the Nate's Lahasi, 3 plates. Oh.
outside, you know, a long drive back to the hotel. Do you think they tried it? How do you figure out the do it? Decided that's the thing you to put up in journal about. As you go there and the food is like platter, you're like, what the fuck is this? And then decide to go on a whole other week.
Hello. I'm here for the Lahasi. Nate ordered 3 plates.
Oh.
Yeah. Did we forget?
No, not me.
Okay.
I think my husband forgot to tell me about it.
Okay.
Yeah, because we just barely got home.
Oh, okay.
From Salt Lake, we had a baby blessing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because he keep talking about the horse.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, it's fine, but remember that we're in Salt Lake. Tell me it's on Monday or something to pick it up.
Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow?
Morning?
Yeah. What
like
time?
8 o'clock? 9?
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that would work.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I told my husband that you guys came here. I thought he would let you guys know about it.
Yeah,
'Cause we just got
no,
home.
I'm Nate's friend. He sent me to pick it up. So he's like,
sorry
"There's not
about that, 'cause you're
responding. Go
here.
get it." Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
By tomorrow morning.
Okay, 8 o'clock.
So you're just around here tomorrow?
Well, Salt Lake. Just visiting the weekend.
Oh my gosh, you can't believe you came.
Can I answer you more questions? All right, man.
It's a pretty drive.
All my money I was sick of.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Because I told him we're gonna come late.
Yeah.
So we just got home.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'll make it work for tomorrow morning.
Okay, 8 o'clock.
Okay, 8 o'clock work. Sorry about that.
See you.
Bye. She's scoping her out.
Okay, so we are doing a ton of driving. And so
Starting route to 8.
There was a baby blessing, and they just got home, and her husband mentioned something about it, but then that was it. And need to come back tomorrow to actually get it. And so she said she'd have it ready by 8 in the morning. All the gray hair that I have, just like growing in everywhere.
Knock on the door. So yeah, I help you. I started being rude about it. second time I've been out here. You should give me a discount on one of these horse meat pies. Put gas in my wig. Ring the bell. Yeah, ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Morning. How are you?
Here.
Aw, thank you so much.
No, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Aw, it's okay. Thank you.
It was 3, right?
3 in the house. Yes. Awesome. Oh, it's so warm.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you.
Get some rest.
What do you think is that?
You want a picture of either thing?
Oh, how can you take in the motherfucker with, huh? You have to try out. Bring it. Call out.
Got some Lhasa here.
Alrighty.
Like. Alright, so got it.
You got a little corner. Oh,
it does smell weird. That is horse meat mixed in. All these little chunks are horse meat. There's one of our other investigators that's helping us with this. Has been in slaughterhouses of horses and stuff, and said when they bought it, instantly they could just smell the same smell.
You need to get a drone and find out what you're doing.
So this is Lhasa, and it is a dish that's sold prevalently to the public for human consumption. And that is horse meat mixed in with some other things. The horses are being butchered in the United States, and their meat's sold for human consumption. It's just so disgusting.
I have smelled some bad smells in my life. I never smelled a bad smell like that smell. It was so bad. Like, I felt literally while I'm filming Tawny like messing with it, I was almost dry heaving, and I've been around some gnarly stuff in my life.
This morning I just kept knocking on the door. I was like knock, 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 and nothing, and knock, 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 and nothing. And finally I started hearing somebody move around, but
they were sleeping.
They were sleeping. It's just, you know, in the United States, we, as a country, we do not eat horses. And the fact that horses are being butchered and sold for human consumption is just appalling. So I'll be one sample pack.
I'm having a hard time not gagging. It's just so nauseating.
I'm thinking about I'm gonna get samples from each one.
Oh, no, kind of close to the fence. I don't know how to use it. They want to try it. Journalists would have tried it.
So there's states that say you can't eat it. California is one of them, which we've bought horse meat in California for human consumption. But the SAFE Act would make it federally that you can't consume horses. Horses can't be sold for human consumption.
Right.
No, we need the SAFE Act to pass because this is ridiculous and it's rampant across the United States. I can find this for sale just about everywhere.
As we conduct these investigations into the slaughter pipeline for horses, we need support. It costs a lot of money to be diving into the horse slaughter pipeline and exposing the realities of what's happening. We want horse slaughter to end, whether within the United States or horses being exported out of the United States. We are working very, very diligently to expose what's happening. And we need support from people like you. So please donate to the Slaughter Pipeline Project and help us keep these investigations going that will expose what's happening within the horse slaughter pipeline. Nobody else.
Fascinatingly disgusting. And I was slightly amused. I don't know why I'm slightly amused. That was a lot. That was a lot. Like shit. They definitely don't know how to conduct themselves covertly. You know what I mean? They're like over right there. Like, oh my God. So much could have happened right there. I thought this was kind of interesting.
These days, it seems like not an hour goes by without another brutal arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. You've probably seen the aggressive tactics in videos online. While many people find these videos really disturbing, others question why this matters to them at all. If they're not here in the US illegally, do they really have to care? Isn't this just law enforcement in action? Today, we're going to be breaking down how ICE's expansion of power will impact everybody in the US. This is Incognito Mode. Social media monitoring is one of the big ways that the US government surveils a lot of people. In fact, if you're posting online, they're probably surveilling you right now. The State Department has expanded its use of social media surveillance to monitor anybody who wants to enter the US. But even if you're not a traveler here, you're probably being surveilled. The Independent reports that ICE is expanding its use of social media surveillance to search for anti-ICE sentiment. So if you're going to a protest or posting about ICE online in ways that they might not like, you're probably getting scooped up into a surveillance machine you might not even know exists. It's been reported that one social media surveillance tool used by government agencies.
They really can't tell us anything about this because we already know, like, if you get shadow banned, you're being watched and spied on anyway. Like, I could tell you all day long about my goddamn phone just blinking, going off and picking shit, listening, eavesdropping, moving around when I didn't touch it. You know what I mean? So it's obviously happening. And we're no big fans of it, obviously. So, you know, I mean, the last couple of years has been one thing after another with the mass alien migration in here. So we're talking about just 22, 23, 24, 25, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're upset about. Because that shit went right into our communities. We live in a sanctuary city state. And yeah, that shit was money was being funneled left and right to take care of them. We can go on all day about this. So yeah, we're not like, when are they not?
Including ICE, is SocialNet, which can reportedly monitor up to 200 websites, social media platforms, and other online spaces. Some of these platforms include Facebook, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, TikTok, Reddit, PayPal, OnlyFans, Cash App, WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, chess.com for some reason. Pretty much anywhere you are online, SocialNet is probably watching. It's been reported that ICE's Homeland Security Investigations Division has directly contracted with Shadow Dragon, which makes SocialNet. The problem with social media surveillance is that, by its very nature, it's a massive dragnet operation. They're collecting data on basically everyone, especially anyone who's posting online all the time. This massive amount of data that's being collected doesn't just go away. All this data is likely being stored and can potentially be used at any point in the future to target you for anything. So right now, these tools are being used to target one kind of speech, but in the future, an administration could choose to use it to target something entirely different. A big problem with social media surveillance is that it can chill speech. You might not post about things online if you know that ICE agents or other law enforcement are flagging your speech just because you said a certain keyword or expressed a certain sentiment. That's going to dissuade people from exercising their First Amendment rights, going to protests, or speaking out against things they disagree with. One of the first ways you might think of ICE impacting you is surveillance. Facial recognition is one of the ways we know that ICE is targeting pretty much anybody they come across who they find suspicious. Immigration officials have long used facial recognition at the border, but now agents can use it right on their phones. Using an app called Mobile Fortify, they can just point their camera at you and run your face through a bunch of different databases that does identity verification on the fly. So why is this a problem? Well, first of all, Mobile Fortify, like other facial recognition systems, has a margin of error. That means it can bring up false positives. So the app might identify you as being somebody who you're not. And maybe that person is a hardened criminal who's in the US illegally, and you might get detained. The other issue is what we call surveillance creep. This means that powerful surveillance tools are being used in more and more ways and is becoming normalized. It might be ICE agents using it today, but you can imagine a situation where a police officer is standing on a corner and just pointing his phone at everybody trying to catch a criminal. Now, you might think this kind of surveillance isn't a big deal, and you might think, hey, if cops are catching more criminals, that's great. The problem is that once a surveillance power is introduced, it's very rare that it gets taken away. While you might agree with the law enforcement actions of one administration, another administration might have totally different priorities and totally different targets. As we see in all types of situations, technology moves faster than laws. As of now, there's no federal law regulating the use of facial recognition by ICE or any other law enforcement agency. ICE's use of data brokers is another form of digital surveillance. ICE isn't just buying data one-off. They also have contracts with data brokers like LexisNexis, which gives thousands of agents access to all types of data about anyone they're targeting. This means they know who you are, who you know, who your family members are, what your criminal history is, whether you own a boat or a car. All this information is readily available to ICE for anyone who they want to target. ICE is making use of something called the data broker loophole, which allows the agency to just buy data that they might otherwise have to obtain through a subpoena or a warrant. ICE has reportedly used the data broker loophole to get around Colorado's sanctuary cities laws, which prevent local police from sharing information with the agency. ICE was able to just buy data on targets rather than getting it through a process that involves judicial review. ICE has a program known as 287G, which allows it to deputize local and state police to help in deportation actions. Under 287G, ICE has agreements with some 800 departments across 40 states, with dozens more pending. This is all part of the agency's efforts to rapidly increase enforcement actions.
We're not asking them to be immigration officers. We're asking them to help us. Cops working with the cops to keep New York safe.
Named Operation Tidal Wave, ICE's expansion of 287G means a massive amount of resources across the country are being devoted just towards issues of immigration and deportation. Even if you think immigration is the most pressing issue, getting local law enforcement involved can have consequences beyond what you might expect. First of all, local police need to have a relationship with their community so that people can trust them when they call to report a crime. If your family has mixed immigration status, or even if you just look a certain way, you may be more unlikely to call the police and report a crime, and that makes everybody less safe. Another issue is that local police have limited budgets. This inevitably means that resources are going to be diverted from other things like investigating thefts or murders or child abductions. With resources from the federal government to your local police being diverted towards immigration issues, all types of other things are going to go ignored or underfunded. As ICE's power is expanding, it's sweeping up even more people into its crosshairs, not just immigrants. For example, in July 2025, Wired reported on a bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE. The memo characterized regular activities like riding a skateboard or a bicycle as running reconnaissance for protesters and indicative of potential violence. We've also seen ICE agents arrest U.S. citizens who were nearby while they were conducting raids and arrests. According to Wired reporting, protesters are subject to all types of social media surveillance, with law enforcement building dossiers on them that can include their names, their affiliations, and the things they say online. This is a perfect example of how these tools can be turned against anyone an administration deems problematic. Founded in 2003 in the wake of 9/11 under the task of increasing national security, ICE has since become one of the most dominant law enforcement agencies in the United States and is poised to reach its apex under the second Trump administration, which has promised mass deportations on a historic scale.
We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually.
Even though news of ICE arrests and detentions are happening all the time, it's about to get even bigger. Congress recently allocated some $170 billion towards immigration enforcement, making it more heavily funded than any other law enforcement agency in the United States, including the FBI and the DEA. While the Trump administration has framed ICE's actions as removing criminals from our communities, 65% of people targeted by ICE have no criminal convictions, and 93% have no violent convictions. What this looks like on the ground is masked, unidentified ICE agents storming into restaurants and other businesses and snatching people off the street, even if they've never been involved in any crime at all. Agents are even arresting people at courthouses when they show up for their immigration court appointments. Even green card holders have been targeted. So it's not just undocumented criminal immigrants who are being targeted. It's pretty much anybody who has a vulnerable immigration status. On paper, ICE's detention rate has soared to 140% of the capacity of detention centers. This has led to massive overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, lack of medical care, and other issues within detention centers. And it's only poised to get worse.
We are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day, and President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number up higher.
In June, ICE agents arrested an average of 1,200 people a day. That's nearly twice as many as during the first 100 days of the second Trump administration. There's very little anyone can do to push back against ICE's enforcement actions, but some people are trying. Apps like IceBlock allow people to identify ICE agents, where they are, what they look like, and even what their vehicles are. But even that can come with consequences. The Trump administration has threatened the developer of IceBlock with prosecution, and people have criticized the app for endangering ICE agents. The Trump administration has also equated revealing ICE agents' identities as illegal doxing. We should just note that making an app like IceBlock or publishing an ICE agent's personal information is, according to legal experts, protected by the First Amendment. The disappearance of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people is going to change American life, regardless of your views on immigration. This can happen in small ways, from people you know suddenly vanishing, and big ways to having fewer people in the American economy and thus making it shrink. No matter who you are and no matter what you think about immigration or ICE's tactics or the second Trump administration, mass deportations are going to have an impact on your life. This has been Incognito Mode. Until next time.
Keep in mind, family, been talking about these data centers, stuff like that. You know how they are usually put up in black areas, and it caused me to really think about some other stuff, like this, like even using our phones is like contributing, I guess, you know, or using the internet. That's what it seems like, anyway.
When I've noticed my electric bill gone up, started asking my neighbors, is your bill still going up? And they had no idea that this was happening.
If you live in any of these states, your electric bill is higher this summer. It's not because of anything you did. You're paying more because the world's biggest tech companies are building so many data centers.
I do guess that a lot of the world gets covered in data centers over time, but I don't know, because maybe we put them in space.
Is this something where we are committed to building out data centers across our 60 regions? We're absolutely going.
Big tech's quest for artificial intelligence is creating a tidal wave of new costs that are about to hit all of us, even if you live nowhere near a data center.
The big problem is that we're all subsidizing the wealthiest corporations in the world in their pursuit of artificial intelligence.
Americans' utility bills are rising while big tech's profits are going through the roof.
We traveled into data center country and found a hidden wealth transfer. Everyday people covering the power costs of the data center build out. Companies like Amazon and Meta striking secret deals with utilities.
It's all proprietary. It's all behind non-disclosure agreements and blacked out documents.
And lobbying for a system that leaves all of us footing there.
Like, you know, they just wanted to put a nuclear reactor in our area, right? Not in our area specifically, but like, over there in what they call Gateway Park, or not Gateway, Montbello, Green Valley Ranch area, near the airport, and I was cock blocking that for real. For one, just the sound of it is a nuclear reactor. It's off top. 2, Excel Energy tried to slip that on through to get approved by City Council. Just slip it on in, like no one was paying attention. I was on it because like it's kind of like environmental racism. It's kind of like a thing I have, you know what I mean? Thing I have to, I can't just let it slide. You know what I mean? And they want to put like, just areas that they religiously build on. Like we got one, it's called the Super Fund site, right? And that's heavily polluted. We were on one of our board meetings, And I was going off about that too. So yeah. Heavy pollutions, heavy polluters, you know. And a lot of this earth you can't clean up. People, you know, these towers go up, people get like real life problems. You have real life problems. These super cell centers go up, the pollutants that come from those. You know, I showed you guys what happened in Tennessee. What's going on in Tennessee? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's serious.
We traveled into data center country and found a hidden wealth transfer. Everyday people covering the power costs of the data center build out. Companies like
data center market in the world by far. And so there's a race to ensure that these companies have enough space to grow out what they hope to be the future of AI.
The demand is just off the charts.
We're the biggest owner, the biggest developer of data centers, and our pipeline right now is up 25% year on year.
Between 2021 and 2024, the number of data centers nationwide nearly doubled. And that's because companies like Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google have decided to invest billions on technology that requires an enormous amount of computing power.
What does it take to win? For AI, that means you've got to have the most powerful training compute. Training compute is kind of like the engine. There's horsepower of the engine.
We are basically all in on this. We're building multiple multi-gigawatt data centers.
As the tech industry is currently conceiving of artificial intelligence, it just requires a massive amount of energy-intensive, power-hungry computer chips.
Ari Pesco wrote a recent report about how data centers are affecting energy markets.
We've seen announcements from Meta and from OpenAI that they intend to develop 5 gigawatt data center campuses.
I mean, just to, I guess, put this in perspective, I think a gigawatt, it's like around the size of like a meaningful nuclear power plant only going towards training a model.
These AI development companies want to get these gigawatt-sized facilities online. They want many of them around the country, and they want to do it within the next few years.
In 2025, the tech industry is expected to spend about $475 billion on data centers, up 42% since last year. Today, data centers make up about 4% of US electricity demand. In just the next 3 years, that's expected to triple.
The United States has never generated more electricity in our history than we are today. The problem is that data centers are bursting through the envelope of energy demand, and we're seeing record energy demand almost entirely being driven by data centers.
Tyson Slocum works on energy and utility issues at Public Citizen.
And so let's take an example in the world's largest power market. It's called PJM. It covers 13 US states from Illinois to Washington, D.C. About 65 million Americans live within its footprint.
Many factors determine what we pay for electricity, but to understand how data centers are making it more expensive, it's important to know that the price that utility companies pay for power is set in regional markets. The biggest of those is a market known as the PJM.
They had a big, what's known as a capacity auction last year. Last year's capacity auction broke all records.
And what happened last summer in the auction is the prices went up by 800%, a massive increase in costs.
David Lapp represents ratepayers in Maryland, another PJM state. He explained to me that when utilities have to pay a higher capacity price, they pass it on to consumers in the form of supply charges. According to the PJM's independent monitor, data centers were responsible for 63% of last year's price increase.
We saw customers with bills $900, over $1,000. It's unfathomable that they are having to pay higher rates to support wealthy corporations building data centers.
And it's not just PJM. We're seeing this happen across the country. We're seeing data center loads from coast to coast. It's affecting every energy market.
One way to start addressing this supply and demand problem would be to bring new power supply to the grid. But then the big question is, who's going to pay for that new infrastructure? The way the system currently works, we all pay for it.
So the utility business model is more than 100 years old, and it was designed to spread electricity service at the beginning of the 20th century. The basic idea is that utility builds something and you socialize the costs to all of the ratepayers that have no choice but to take that utility's service.
The cost of new infrastructure mostly shows up on another part of your electric bill, sometimes called delivery charges. Utility companies are allowed to set those charges high enough to recoup every dollar they spent building, plus a regulated rate of profit, usually around 10%.
So this is a huge profit opportunity. This growth in demand is a great excuse to build the sort of infrastructure that they're very comfortable building. If you look at sort of any of the earnings calls that these companies do, they're touting data center growth in their region.
To lure data centers to their service areas, utilities have started cutting direct deals with big tech.
One way that utilities might attract new data center customers is by offering them a good deal on electricity. This is a competition between utilities to attract these data centers.
Ari and his team looked at nearly 50 regulatory proceedings across the country about utility rates for data centers. What they found is that the deals between tech companies and utilities are typically hidden from the public, and there's good reason to believe we should be concerned about that.
The concern with these deals is that the data center may be underpaying, that it's not covering the cost that the utility is incurring to provide service to that data center. And there's going to be a shortfall for the utility, and it's going to look to the rest of us, to ordinary ratepayers, to make up that difference. And so our rates will go up in order to finance a sweetheart deal for a data center. One recent example is happening right now in Louisiana with a data center being developed by Meta.
Last year, a utility company in Louisiana proposed to spend $3 billion on a new power plant to meet electricity demand from a Meta data center. The full terms of its deal with Meta are secret, but redacted regulatory filings have revealed that the public is on the hook for Meta's power plant.
Meta has signed a 15-year deal, and it only obligates them to pay for about half of that $3 to $4 billion of infrastructure, which means that there's a big risk that everyone else in Louisiana will get stuck with the rest of that bill.
I believe deeply in building personal superintelligence for everyone. And at Meta, we have the resources to build the massive infrastructure required and the ability to deliver new technology to billions of people.
Meta saw an opportunity to negotiate a massive data center deal without the public having any input. And to this day, there is still massive amounts of detail about that Meta AI complex that the people of Louisiana have no information about.
In Virginia, the utility company Dominion Energy has proposed to build 6 new power plants to meet data center demand.
Check it out. One of the local coons here always has these like once or twice a year, I just Excel Energy I guess visitors, guests come out and talk to us. They usually because we stick to black things. They usually like first year they try to sell us on just black people working in energy. There's black people working in Excel, or that's the name of our group, our energy company, right? And so we get up there to see them, but they're like the higher ups. They're not the people that come in, turn your electricity off, or work on the towers or the poles. So they're not the ones that come read the meters. They're like the higher up faces, right? And they're usually, I think, don't quote me on this, but if I remember correctly, almost 75% of them, which was like out of 12 or 13, was like all black foreign people in energy, right? And so the person that's usually does these little things, John Bailey, he's like, he tries to have these little engagements where the black community come out and be like, oh, we want to learn, and which is true, we do want to learn, except we're hearing it from higher up people, not people like they have to pay, electricity like myself or shit like that. So then you got people like me asking all the hard questions about, because I live in I pay energy, right? And I managed to get it down from Like, it used to skyrocket. I managed to get it down to just $30 for like last year. So I refuse to go any more or any less than, because they can all eat 10 dicks on Wednesdays. I know what the fuck they're up to. I mean, I don't like any of it. So they bring them out there to basically, shine out. The first time it was to shine a light on Black people in energy, right? IRL. We didn't get very much out of that. Then the next thing was like, well, these Excel Energy is doing this and that, and we're gonna have some people come out and talk to us about rising costs in your electric bill. Again, they kind of be pussyfooted around, and dude's running it, so he's moderating it, so he's like in control of the shilling and the line, right? So again, nothing ever gets. There's no real solutions. There's just a lot of talking, and he calls up whoever he wants to call up, and he asks the questions he wants to ask, and he said, "Fuck the public." We don't really get to say anything, like that, unless you just go and take it. And that's when you'll see like Jesse or myself just take it, and lead off with some serious questioning, So it happens with a lot of things because they act like they're in control. It's usually Democratic shills that play this control game, right? And so when this just recently about the nuclear plant, I'm looking off because I'm trying to remember. It was like 3 weeks ago, I think. Right. I was like, still don't care. This area used to be, big portion used to be predominantly Black, and if there's still Black people there, they're living in houses that they've been in forever. You know what I mean? Some of the new housing, it's different. It's a different area. Like they got it quartered off to like the nicer part, just like in certain areas where it'll be like, oh, that's a nice part of Aurora. Oh, that's a nice part of Park Hill. That's a nice part of Montbello. You dig? So it's kind of like that. This means it's the bougie hospitality part. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they try to sneak that in. This is just like any other company. And if you're not paying attention, like if you don't open your bill, and of course you're gonna pay it, right? So you're gonna pay your bill, or do whatever you need to do, right? But if you don't turn the back of the bill over, where you see the wattages and you see the ads, then you'll miss all that shit that they're talking about right here, because it's right there in black and white. They usually have like, when my bill comes, it's like 3-4 pages. You know what I mean? My brother handles that because it's only like $30. My brother handles that, But I haven't looked at it. I looked at it just recently because I was throwing trash away, and I was, I like to keep my paperwork in order, So like, my certain bills will be over here, certain my programs, whatever I'm on or whatever I'm getting, I have it nice and neat in order. But I don't like all the fluff, all the extra paper, envelopes, things like that that are just useless. So I'll save the envelopes, I'll do things like that. And I'll just try to limit my paper intake. However, like for me, looking online, I'm more of a Generation X person. I kind of like looking at paper. I kind of like flipping it over and reading it. Because if you don't read, you'll never know if this is happening, or if they plan on putting up this, and that, or if you're not paying attention to your neighborhood. Like one side of my in my neighborhood, one side of the street is being gentrified, right? Everything's all to the good. It's all fancy over there, right? But then you come on our side, my side, which is still the old neighborhood. People don't realize that their bills are going up, and I don't talk to my neighbors like that. So for a variety of reasons, but I'm just not social like that. It's kind of when we were raised to stay in the motherfucking house and don't, I don't like the door open. I don't like chopping it up with anybody. It's just for a simple reason is that I have to listen to them on the weekends, so I know how to get down. What the fuck I need to talk to them for? Everybody's kicking it, drinking and eating and shit. And until something arises, like something's parked in front of my door, or some crazy shit like I can't get in, like I can't get into the gate, then I really don't make too much of a scene, and or less, like my brother said, he got sweated for his ID and shit by ICE. That was kind of entertaining. He just kept it pushing like I would have did. You know what I mean? But that they were just, I wouldn't say they were just. I was just like, shit, keep pushing. It don't apply to us. You gotta answer shit. Just keep pushing, because you're natural born citizens, born in the state of California. For fuck's sake, eat a dick. You know what I mean? Right. So yeah, I recommend everybody read the back of your energy bill. And we just have to sit on a lot of boards, Jesse and I. So, we get a lot of this information. And it's really bad because this is still pollutants. And the fact that they did that in Louisiana, do you think the people know that? Unless they're watching this? Some might not.
First, at a cost of $4.5 billion. According to one estimate, only 30% of that will be paid for by the customer class that includes data centers.
At Dominion Energy, we know power is personal.
Residential customers will pay about half the cost, despite the fact that residential demand for electricity has flatlined. Dominion projects that average residential electric bills will more than double to $315 a month in the next 15 years. Primarily due to data centers.
We should not be having to pay the bill for the infrastructure that is supporting private companies that are making a ton of money off of this infrastructure. They're not building AI just because it's fun to build AI. They're building AI because it's making them money.
The right way to do it is to make sure that the data centers pay for every penny of this infrastructure.
In Maryland this year, ratepayers and advocates came together to try to address this problem and passed a state bill that creates a new customer class for data centers.
So what this legislation does, and it's an important step forward, is it says these data centers don't fit within any of those customer classes, and we need a new customer class for large loads.
Once you have a ratepayer class, then you can actually specifically charge that class for infrastructure that's being built for them, and you can isolate them from other ratepayers. Isolating these data centers is an important first step, and a number of states are taking that step.
The Oregon legislature also passed a law this spring that isolates data centers from other ratepayers. But taking that step in other states will not be easy because big tech companies have other plans. A group called the Data Center Coalition is opposing these efforts at state capitals across the country. It's a membership organization made up of Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, and dozens of other data center operators. And it claims that its members are already paying their fair share for power.
We hear the data centers say, we welcome paying those costs, but we're not seeing them advocate for reforms where they really take on those costs.
The Data Center Coalition is corporate public relations, right?
Actually, what they just did with, how they said with Louisiana. They just left Louisiana on the hook to pay the whole shit down there. You know what I mean? And they slipped that shit by. This another broad and ambiguous thing. And this other act right here that they're talking about seems like a lot of fucking word salad and just more paperwork. And like if you put it in a residential area, how are you gonna know who's paying what? You know what I mean? Because they're basically leaving it to the city to pay it, right? And naturally, there'll be some opposing shit.
They're not paying their fair share. The numbers don't lie.
In the last few years, the Data Center Coalition has raised millions of dollars from its corporate members. In Virginia last year, its PAC gave over $2 million to state legislators. The investment paid off this spring when state leaders voted down several bills that would have regulated data centers.
Big tech is literally the wealthiest, most profitable industry in the world. They have the capacity to pull out their pocketbooks and cover their costs associated with this data center expansion. Instead, the American people and small businesses that aren't data centers are covering their costs.
In the next 15 years, data centers are expected to add an additional $160 billion to grid costs in the US. If policymakers fail to change anything, by one estimate, electricity rates for average households will spike by as much as 70%.
I think if the tech companies are the ones that want to do this, are the ones that are in competition with each other, want to create this open market and have this business, I think they're the ones that need to pay for these infrastructures, not myself.
Like, this is what really,
Thanks so much
about it. If we weren't so attached to all this shit, we could just really shut it down for about a week or two. If everybody went on their little solar chargers and shit and didn't really use the internet or the phone, right? For nothing, like for like a whole 2 weeks, that shit would shut down majorly. And like if it went old dark 30 everywhere, you know what I mean? Of course, that's not gonna happen. And that's why they're getting away with it, because so fucking dependent. You know what I mean? So dependent. Like when I think about like if it was all like the apocalypse or whatever, you talk about zombie apocalypse. I'm like, all right, well, first of all, I'm killing everybody. What's off talking? Change, I'm killing you, right? But in my mind, I'm thinking I can convert my shit to solar. You know what I mean? That's not a too hard of a stretch to convert it. You know what I mean? Solar. And receiving charges. So you charge from a solar real life solar panel. You know what I mean? Or two, right? As far as like the inside cover. I know how to live in the dark. You know what I mean? I know how to live in the dark. I know how to, I make candles. I'm good. I know how to cook outside. I know good. You know what I mean? But there's people that just cannot function. You know what I mean? I really don't like for me, I really don't like looking at my phone or using it. I do it when I'm over here because I'm bored or something like that. But I can go without it. You know what I mean? But I think that we're contributing to that, to these centers. Like, did y'all see War of the Worlds, the new one with Ice Cube? Did y'all see that? Yeah, just watch that because it seems kind of far-fetched, the whole machines and whatnot, but just watch that because the premise of them is like attacking data centers and shit like that. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's go with this one first. I'm coming back to this little family. I'm coming back to them because it's really important.
It's one thing to criticize your former employer. It's taboo to do that. But to criticize an employer that also owns extremely lethal technologies and surveillance technologies that are highly invasive and used in war zones is something else entirely.
It's 2025. We're all kind of used to government surveillance. The idea that we're all being watched all the time and don't own our own personal data has become normalized. We're also used to the military spending vast amounts of our money on just a few giant defense contractors. But one tech company wants to change both of those things and become the ultimate military contractor and the ultimate arbiter of all of our data.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Check out Palantir shares surging 22% after the company cited a boom in demand for its AI software from the US government.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Palantir, a tech company based here in Denver, claims they can revolutionize government systems with their data analysis software, newly powered by artificial intelligence. They've been hired by the Department of Defense, the FBI, local police departments, and even the IRS, and Wendy's to take in the information those organizations collect even more information, and use that data to draw conclusions.
It can be used to completely reconfigure organizations' ontology, its reality, what systems matter, what information matters, what processes matter, how they are structured, what biases are introduced at each of those stages.
We talked to a former Palantir employee, dug into decades of research, and listened to hours of Alex Karp's own words to unwrap the layers of Palantir's carefully cultivated sales pitch, how they capitalize on fear, uncertainty, and unrest.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. This is a company built for bad times. Bad times mean strong finances internally. Bad times are very good for Palantir because we build products that are robust, that are built for danger.
Let's rewind. Palantir's story starts with one of the most effective things a company can have for sales: fear. After the September 11th attacks, the United States government began expanding surveillance both at home and abroad. This was, of course, a boon for the defense industry at large. Simultaneously, the Silicon Valley tech industry was growing fast and making people in a once obscure industry very, very rich, very, very quickly. Like the founders and executives at PayPal, known as the PayPal Mafia. Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn guy, and Peter Thiel. When PayPal was sold, Thiel had millions of dollars burning a hole in his pocket and an idea. PayPal had developed systems for detecting fraud and crimes on the platform. What if they could use similar thinking to analyze the world at large? So Thiel pulled from his network to build out a new company. One of the first hires was Thiel's Stanford Law School roommate, Alex Karp, who'd gone on after Stanford to get a PhD in not business or computer science or engineering, but neoclassical social theory. They named the company Palantir, after the Palantiri from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
In Lord of the Rings, the Palantir Stone is a magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
Long have you hunted me? So that's Middle-earth. But what does Palantir do in a regular Earth?
What we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based search. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is there are when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
Fundamentally, the mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture that is developed inside of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire message of like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous, something like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah, blah, blah. Some term we're supposed to use.
Let's...
for me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's contract added their software and art intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance you have to the problem, but when you're able to take a step back and really see all the narratives and how they were shaped and the actual application of these technologies.
You got all this going on, right? But you can't find a motherfucker in you know, that commits acts of violence towards Black people. You got all this, right? You can't solve no crimes in the city. I guess, like, you know, I guess you can't pull up no research on a motherfucker that kills Black people or harms Black people. But you got all this, right? All this data. And even a fucking, what do you say, a kill chain, find the target, eliminate the target. Are you fucking kidding me, man? And you can't solve motherfucking crimes?
Technologies, your whole world starts falling apart, which is something that, you know, definitely happened to me.
Juan didn't leave Palantir entirely for ethical reasons. He just got another job. But the reason he eventually started speaking out against Palantir came after watching the Israeli invasion of Gaza following the October 7th attacks. Palantir has contracts with the Israeli Defense Forces. The exact nature of the contracts is opaque, intentional, but there is evidence to suggest that Palantir's artificial intelligence tech was used for selecting targets in Gaza. CARP doesn't mind the controversy. In fact, it's part of the marketing.
Palantir will even pick up the projects that other companies rejected for political reasons.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
CARP doesn't think controversy will lose Palantir customers.
Whatever is pissing them off, they're still buying the product.
Wendy's hired Palantir to help with their supply chain. Palantir works with health insurance companies to build AI for denials management to protect revenue.
Do you want Palantir's AI making decisions about what care is covered for you and your loved ones?
They also do business with for-profit hospitals, major investment banks, and even other defense contractors. In 2024, Palantir brought in nearly $2.9 billion in revenue, 55% of which came from government sources, with the vast majority being American. So let's look at their pitch to the American government. Last year, Palantir CTO Sham Sankar put out a presentation and white paper called The Defense Reformation. He cites The Last Supper, which was a secretive 1993 meeting between defense industry executives and the Deputy Secretary of Defense. Over a dozen companies walked in, and only a few walked out. That dinner is often cited as the origin of our consolidated military-industrial complex.
And to me, I think this was the definitive moment that kicked off the financialization of defense. From that point forward, it became all about buybacks and dividends and leverage ratios.
Criticizing the financialization of the defense industry, calling out stock buybacks, that doesn't sound like a defense executive. That sounds more like the exact argument about the defense industry that we have made before.
I think what's interesting to me about Palantir is how they co-opt the language of revolution.
But Sankar's argument did work on somebody, Uncle Sam. The Defense Innovation Board, an advisory group within the Department of Defense, cited Sankar's presentation multiple times in their 2024 report on why the DoD needs to divert more of their budget to emerging technology. That's giving money to Palantir. There's a reason Palantir just replaced Ford Motors in the S&P 100 in the months after Trump was elected. The Trump administration is an ideal customer for what Palantir is selling. First, there are many former Palantir employees sprinkled across the Trump administration, from inside DOGE to foreign policy advisors to high-level technology appointees. And Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel, heavily invested in the company, is also heavily invested in President Trump and Vice President Vance. He was a major campaign donor to both. Then the stated goal of DOGE is to streamline and combine government data, which is exactly what Palantir does.
The ways that the government is defrauded is that the computer systems don't talk to each other.
And obviously, CARP is loving it.
Disruption at the end of the day exposes things that aren't working. There'll be ups and downs. There's a revolution. Some people can get their heads cut off. Like, you know, it's like we're expecting to see really unexpected things and to win.
And what is winning, according to Palantir? This is CTO Sham Sankar in 2021.
Turning to government, we continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
the government's operating system. They want everything to funnel through Palantir. Palantir already has contracts with the IRS, going through taxpayer data to save auditors time by finding the easiest audits to pursue. Now, Wired reports, Doge will likely hire Palantir to create unified software for the entire IRS, a mega API that would allow anyone with access to view and possibly alter all IRS data in one place. That's all of your financial information. And they have multiple contracts with the Department of Health and Human Services, including nearly $100 million to support HHS's core administrative data and applications, to manage, ingest, and access data securely across business domains. HHS's core responsibility is Medicare and Medicaid. That's control over millions of Americans' health records and their access to healthcare. So what does it mean for one contractor to have all that power, data, and taxpayer money as profit, especially as AI gets involved?
As we kind of increasingly live in a simulated world, we lose touch with reality and the human decisions that matter, and we move closer towards governance by algorithm, not only made by decisions of automated artificial intelligence systems, which is a problem, but more importantly, subject to decisions made by the people who are influencing these AI systems and creating them in order to fulfill an agenda for whatever their profit-seeking or control-seeking objectives are. And when I see Doge kind of going into every agency and addressing the IT department first, I see it as an opportunity to try to change reality itself.
But so what? Why am I telling you all of this? Palantir has no problem being seen as Big Brother, as all-powerful, as lethal even.
We're at the brink of using these technologies potentially to run our government, to run our battlefields and our personal lives. Using artificial intelligence as a sort of panacea solution across our federal departments, and especially when they're, again, wielded by people with a very distinct agenda, puts everyone at risk.
It almost feels like that's been the plan all along. Here's co-founder Peter Thiel in 2010 at Libertopia, a libertarian conference, speaking about tech companies and government.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
And here's Alex Karp in 2009 on civil liberties with regards to Palantir's work.
The central question, in my view, of civil liberties is how, it's not if the government has data, because let's assume the government has as much data as a health insurance company. It's how is that data being used? Is it being used in a way that's lawful? Meaning, do they have the right to use it? And is it being migrated into places it's not allowed to be used? We allow the enforcement of rules that government ought to enforce. And by the way, my experience is they want to enforce, or at very least know they need to enforce. And if it's framed in that way, then you can have what is the ultimate Silicon Valley solution.
One co-founder openly wants to use the power of the tech industry to affect politics. The other wants his company to have oversight over how the government data they're paid to handle is used. And the founders of Palantir will retain control in the company no matter what, through an obscure ownership structure. Their Class F shares grant them 49.99% of voting power, even if they collectively own as little as 6% of the company.
At the start of this journey, I was extremely afraid for the repercussions of this writing, of speaking out, but now I'm like, even more convinced that this is absolutely necessary.
We can't replace our current broken system with an even more broken one. And we can't let the worst people in Silicon Valley become our government.
It's not about whether you're actually at risk for speaking out or not. It's just the idea that somebody's watching you is enough to push people into silence.
We will hold you accountable. Because the American people are more powerful than Elon Musk. and you have no idea who you're up against. This is our country. That is our future.
Thank you so much for watching. If you
I wouldn't be surprised if that was Colorado because they shot our capital. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that filming was there. I mean, we can't stay out of shit. Bloomberg. No, we don't like Bloomberg. So.
When people talk about the cloud, this is kind of where we are now.
This is what they're talking about. It's not in the sky. It's right here.
Anytime you touch an icon on your phone, anytime you book a flight, or anytime you watch a movie at night, you're using a data center.
There's a big division in the county about how data centers impact their lives. And I think that we've gone overboard.
We're trying to get balance. We know we need data centers. This phone I'm holding in my hand right now uses data centers, but that's not the point.
We're here in Northern Virginia because it's the red hot center of data center development in the entire world. About 13% of data centers globally are here. A full quarter of the data centers in the US are right around us here in Northern Virginia. If you care about the reliability of the electric grid, climate goals like shutting down coal plants, if you care about the development of AI, all of that is happening right around us.
If we can't figure out how to get it right here, how are they going to get it right anywhere else?
We're driving to Gainesville, where we're going to meet with a woman who lives right next to a data center development called Village Tech Park. It's been criticized for being basically too big, too close to homes, and there's another big development planned on the other side of her. So she feels just sort of besieged, kind of surrounded by these big data centers. Hey, I'm Josh.
Ari, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Seeing the change over the years has just been drastic. We knew the shopping centers were going to come. We didn't mind those, but the data centers has been a complete shock for us residents here and in the area in general because the train's coming. And that's gotten louder.
How has it gotten louder?
Because there used to be a lot more trees lining it.
Oh.
So by them taking down all the trees, it's become a lot louder.
Would you ever consider moving?
Yes, we are looking to move. Shortly after they started talking about the data center, we talked about it, but unfortunately I have a child who is in school, so we decided to stick it out until she graduates and then relocate someplace different.
So people sometimes ask, why is Northern Virginia the data center hotspot for the entire world? And the reason is that in the last century, data processing companies came here because their customers, government agencies in DC, were here. So they built data processing facilities. And as the internet developed, there was a good fiber network here. There's a really strong, reliable, and relatively cheap power grid. So data centers can hook up to electricity, which is the juice they need. There's fewer natural disasters here, knock on wood, and lots of open land. There's also been some tax break laws passed to encourage data center development around here.
When I got into the sector in the mid-90s and I was selling internet access, every office in America I went into had a data center. It was called a computer closet. And as kind of the internet grew and people realized, I can't have this critical data, this application, in some room where there's a pipe overhead and it could burst at any time. And that's what gave rise to third-party data centers where customers could rent space and put their equipment in a purpose-built master plan type of building that would ensure that their data, their application would survive, 100% uptime, would always be powered, would always be cooled.
Come on in.
Wow. How tall is this?
This is about 20 feet up. When it's all said and done, we'll be 3 feet higher in the space.
Okay.
Because that's where all of our cold air is going to be coming under the floor into the servers.
And that's why you need so much electricity also.
Correct. Yeah.
And how many square feet is this?
This is about 20 to 21,000 square feet.
Wow.
So we'll have 10 data halls that are around the same.
So about 20 in my apartment, 20 in my New York City apartment.
Yeah. New York City might be a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
So over here is called our cold aisle containment system. This is where all the cabinets are landed and lined up.
Why do you need a cold aisle? Why's it got to be cold?
We have to make sure that they stay cold while the servers are all on inside of each rack. We have to make sure all the output that they're doing is staying as cold as possible so they run efficiently.
How much electricity would this whole room consume?
Once this room is at full capacity, it can go up to 4 megawatts of power.
Okay, 4 megawatts. Help me out with that. Well, like how many homes could that power?
Yep, so if we break it down, 1 megawatt could power about 3,000 to 4,000 homes. So this could power up to 12,000 homes.
Wow. So what are we gonna see out here?
So right now we're on the roof of this data center. You can see it's filled with what we need to cool down all of those crack units or computer room air conditioners we saw inside the data hall.
Okay.
So these are called ACUs, or air conditioned compressor.
They're kind of noisy.
Yes, they're very noisy. That's why we kind of have the walls.
Okay.
It kind of boxes in the sound.
Okay.
Because we keep the residents in mind. So we try and make sure the sound is as buffered in as possible. They would be louder during the summertime.
I was gonna say, it's kind of cold. We should have brought our jackets. Why are they even running right now?
So they're running on what's called a free cooling mode, which means it's using the outside air instead of
just big fans. They're big fans.
big fans.
But why is it so important that you have power continually? If you didn't have power and the data center just shut down for a couple of days, why is that a big
So
deal?
in data centers, we have healthcare, we have transportation, we have government. Imagine a government shutdown, how chaotic that is. Something like that happens in a data center, nobody can send an email, nobody can work. Everyone loves to have the day off, but it has such a huge impact on the neighborhood, the city, the world.
I was elected in November 2023. I wanted to run because I disagreed with the direction the county was going in, particularly with land use and with the placement of data centers. The good thing, data centers do generate revenue. And last year, when we raised the CMP tax rate, we generated more money, for the county and for our schools. But everything in moderation. For us on the Board of County Supervisors, I'm saying we have to be the traffic cop. We cannot approve a data center any and everywhere. These are industrial warehouses. They shouldn't be next to homes, schools, national parks. They should be in areas that have enough power to run these facilities. The land we give to data centers is land that other businesses aren't able to purchase. It's also land that, we're not able to use for housing or retail or any other developments. Virginia is a beautiful Commonwealth. It's very scenic. We have so much history here. I'm afraid that that's going to be lost if we're just giving in to data centers' demands.
When you talk with legislators today, be clear that we're not against data centers. We want them to be better.
Our morning started really early in a really cold, really dark parking lot where we met a group of data center opponents, and we all got on a bus to travel here to Richmond, where they're lobbying their lawmakers for what they would call responsible data center development.
In transportation, there are speed limits, there are safety standards, there are noise limits, and we're here to lobby about an industry in Virginia that is overwhelming us, and there are no laws and standards.
We traveled with one woman, Elena Schlossberg, who's sort of at the center of this fight. And she's been going toe-to-toe with the biggest data center developers for about the past decade.
That's really something I want to message to the legislators, is the history books are being written right now. And the question is, what do you want the history books to say about you? The first year we went, nobody knew about data centers. What's a data center? The next year we went, suddenly people are starting to go, oh, there's maybe something about data centers. Oh, so the Legislative Review Commission report finally came out. And my favorite word was unconstrained. Unconstrained data center development is what is risking our reliable energy and our clean air and clean water, the health and well-being of the state of Virginia.
So we're here in Data Center Alley.
This is Data Center Alley. This is around 20 million square feet of planned data center development. The digital gateway you know, that looks so beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
23 million square feet of data center development. I mean, look at the size of these buildings. They are massive. And this is not enough, by the way. They've got to build all the transmission, but we don't even have the generation to plug the transmission into.
You can see the substation, the electric infrastructure here.
Yep, it's everywhere.
So here's another data center. Here's another data center.
One after the other. More transmission lines, one after the other, substation, one after the other. What we see happening here in Virginia is becoming a national grid problem. It's magical thinking, how you are going to meet this kind of power demand never seen by mankind before. We are at the precipice. And now is the time. There's no more excuses to hold the wealthiest corporations in the world accountable for the energy they need for their business model.
So hyperscalers are the big tech firms like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. Some of those types of companies want to build data center campuses that use 5 gigawatts of electricity. That's a huge amount. It's as much as entire cities like Miami or Atlanta. Right now, Virginia, where Data Center Alley is, uses about 5 gigawatts of electricity for all of its data centers. That's a lot, and enough to power about half the homes in the state. So the power company that has to generate and transmit all that power, Dominion Energy, they say that this trend is going to continue and that data centers in development in its pipeline are going to require another 40 gigawatts. Globally, the picture is the same, just with way bigger numbers. There's 7,000 data centers built or in development across the world, with energy consumption that's expected to top 2,900 terawatt hours annually by 2034. That's almost double what the entire country of India uses each year. A terawatt, by the way, that's 1,000 gigawatts, and a gigawatt is enough to power about 750,000 homes. So the world doesn't currently have enough electricity to meet all of that demand, and that's a problem. In interviews with tech leaders, data center developers, energy companies, they say that there's years-long wait for businesses to connect to the electric grid, and it's also threatening Silicon Valley's efforts to lead the race to develop artificial intelligence. How did AI change data centers?
The power requirement. As soon as the power is available, it's taken. So as soon as we can get power into a building, AI is all over.
AI has turbocharged data center demand. It really happened over the last 2 years. I like to think about it as, pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT, right? Pre-ChatGPT, you had strong data center demand that was being driven by technology adoption, right? If you think about what a data center really represents, it represents the foundation for technology adoption. And all of a sudden, ChatGPT came and people saw this technology and were like, wow, this is going to change the world. And we need to figure out how to adopt it. And this particular technology has a unique characteristic, which is it can't run on CPU infrastructure, which is what the world lives on. It's the type of computers that are in your home or in your office today. It has to run on GPU infrastructure, which is kind of a parallel processing type of architecture, obviously most famously known by NVIDIA. And because the power factor of these GPUs is 5x, 10x the power factor of a regular data center CPU rack, it's driven this incredible demand for data center capacity. So I do think it's going to impact sustainability goals over the short term, and we're going to be using a lot more fossil fuels. I think it's kind of inevitable unless someone wants to put a pause button on this. But ultimately, it feels like the utilities are committed to a long-term renewable future.
Are there parts of data centers that you see as valuable or that you see as necessary? I mean,
100%. And it's not about being anti-data. I like data. I like technology. But to allow it to grow with just no constraints, no guardrails, no accountability, the reality is that the community is the ones that are being asked to sacrifice. And so something has to change.
My vision of the future is mixed. We're at the beginning of in my view, a multi-decade, multi-century engagement with technology. It's the first time, certainly in human experience, that we've had this amount of power at our fingertips, and kind of things are accelerating, right? But I would hope that we don't lose our humanity in that respect, and that we still want to engage with the world beyond the digital screen, beyond the digital experience, that, the real experience is still better than a digital one. And I certainly hope that we as a species make good decisions.
Crazy, right? I don't even know.
Well, the United States may be the world's top superpower and one of the world's most developed countries, but a shocking health crisis is generating comparisons between one state and a literal war zone. Mississippi has declared a public health emergency over its infant mortality rate, which is, get this, even higher than that of war-torn Ukraine. And it has people asking why so many babies are dying in Mississippi and what can be done to save them. News Nation's Xavier Walton has the details. I mean, Xavier, how is this even possible in 2025? What's happening in Mississippi?
Marky, that's a great question. And honestly, that's what health experts there are trying to, for you, and also new and expect. In 1983, down to 5.6 in 2023, the most recent year data, 6 infants die out of every 1,000 born. That's higher than the national average. An infant deaths have gotten so bad in Mississippi, in particular, the state declared an infant mortality rate public emergency. According per 1,000 a decade, or in 3.
Christ, like our babies, man. Look at our babies. That's what are they doing wrong?
6.3 for Hispanic children, and nearly in line with the national average for white infants at 5.8. Put it simply, Marky, more than 3,500 infants have died in Mississippi before their first birthday in 2014. Think about that number, more than 3,500 before their first birthday since 2014. That's why so many are just trying to get to the bottom of this growing crisis.
Yeah, impossible to even think about or comprehend, you know, how this is happening this day and age. Xavier Walton, thanks so much.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
What's up? What are they doing to our sisters? That's infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. That's infuriating for that Black family. It's fucking infuriating. I have to look more into that.
Now to a News Nation exclusive investigation into a secret government experiment that was carried out in St. Louis. Residents tell us they still remember a mysterious fog. Children would run through it. Mothers would try and close their windows against it. For decades, they all had questions, and now we're seeking answers. The United States Army now admits that it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. Critics say this was done with no warning and no consent. Well, tonight we return to the site of that demolished neighborhood and speak with former residents who believe the government turned them into human test subjects. Although the Army admits that the test happened, it is not admitted to harming the residents. News Nation's Natasha Zubez investigates what was in the fog and why the truth may still be buried.
The fog drifted through the streets like a ghost.
That's exactly what it looked like, a thick fog. It was summertime and it was hot. We would just run through it as fast as we could and try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back. and it had a big nozzle that really sprayed a fog you couldn't even see through. It was that thick, and it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit, and they had masks and goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Pruitt-Igoe.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
We're standing at where Pruitt-Igoe used to be here in St. Louis, and it's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now, overgrown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river. The government now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage. More than 30 tests conducted across the U.S. and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles to simulate how a biological attack might spread, all to prepare for potential warfare against the Soviets.
Many of us been in the military and had top secret clearances. We know how it works.
We have died for America. We have fought for America.
You are a veteran.
I am United States Air Force veteran.
Dr. Starks, you're a veteran as well.
Yes, I am. I'm an Air Force veteran also.
Is there a sense of betrayal here?
Definitely. Definitely.
They want to know if those secret tests have anything to do with what they're observing with their own eyes.
I lost my two older siblings to cancer. I lost a brother last month.
I've been diagnosed recently with a rare form of lymphoma.
I had cancer of the left kidney, had partial removal of my left kidney.
News Nation reached out to the Army for answers. They provided a one-page response. It says the Army's own Center for Health Promotion and Preventive Medicine investigated in 1994 and found inhalation exposure would not pose a health risk. They also cite later corroborating reviews, including a 1997 review by the National Research Council. Perhaps they assumed we wouldn't read the NRC's 380-page report, but we did. And the Army's statement doesn't show the full picture. In that 1997 review, the National Research Council explicitly says repeated exposure to zinc cadmium sulfide can cause kidney or bone toxicity or lung cancer if levels are high enough. And they admitted they couldn't fully assess the risk. Why? Because some Army records remain classified, it says, for national security reasons. More troubling, key Army exposure records were missing. And when the NRC asked the Army to supply them, the Army said it couldn't find them. Finally, the NRC considered conducting its own study, but concluded it wasn't feasible. In short, it did not test the site, collect samples, or test residents, and they didn't have access to all the data. Their review was based on what the Army gave them, and what the Army either could not find or withheld. The Army ends its statement to News Nation by saying, quote, none of the reports contained evidence of a radioactive component to the zinc cadmium sulfide dispersion tests. Residents say the secrecy and delays are no accident.
They're waiting us out.
They're waiting on all of us to die.
But that's not even the whole story, as residents demand to know what else could have been in that spray.
They have not come clean with what was in there.
Do you believe that it was just zinc cadmium sulfide in that spray?
No.
No.
We go to the source, a researcher who has spent decades declassifying government documents about these tests. Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis? I believe that they did. And the government's surprising response to our request to declassify information.
I mean, what the hell?
Plus, renowned activist Aaron Brockovich weighs in. Do you think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
It sure looks that way.
Residents are asking for an apology from the government for being experimented on. They are asking for compensation for health studies for themselves and their children. They're also asking for transparency. They want the government to release all the documents about the spraying. So, Elizabeth, tomorrow night on your show, we will go on a journey to try to declassify the one government document that a key researcher tells us she has never been able to expose. And we take the investigation to Aaron Brockovich. For the residents still here, still fighting, the question is whether they will get any answers before it's too late. Elizabeth.
Well, they'll have a better chance of it with you on the case. Natasha Zuvez, thank you so much. In part one of our News Nation investigation last night, we uncovered a mysterious fog that once drifted through a St. Louis neighborhood, one that residents still remember decades later.
It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
They're waiting us out.
They're waiting on all of us to die.
The government says, admits it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen. Critics say without warning and without consent, sprayed on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. But now, years later, residents are getting sick, some with rare forms of cancer, and they're asking what else might be hidden from them. Specifically, what else could have been in that spray? The News Nation's Natasha Zuvez picks up the investigation from here.
We're on our way to meet with a researcher right now who has dedicated her career, decades, to declassifying documents and trying to figure out what exactly happened here in the city of St. Louis and what exactly was in that spray. Across the country, the government conducted secret Cold War experiments in plain sight.
It was so secretive that we're really just now sort of digging out from underneath this to try to understand the scale of it.
And Dr. Lisa Martino-Taylor helped uncover many of them.
We know that they were giving radioactive cocktails to pregnant women. We know that they were feeding radioactive oatmeal to children in state schools. They've admitted to those things, and they won't release the material related to St. Louis.
It's true. American children in state-run institutions like the Fernald School were fed radioactive oatmeal as part of studies by MIT sponsored by the War experiments in plain sight.
It was so secretive that we're really just now sort of digging out from under to understand the scale of it.
And Dr. Lisa Martino-Taylor helped uncover many of them.
We know that they were giving radioactive cocktails to pregnant women. We know that they were feeding radioactive oatmeal to children in state schools. They've admitted to those things, and they won't release the material related to St. Louis.
It's true. American children in state-run institutions like the Fernald School were fed radioactive oatmeal as part of studies by MIT sponsored by the Atomic Energy Commission. You can see some of the documents Dr. Martino-Taylor worked to gather and declassify on MIT letterhead describing experiments on human subjects. The children, some of them orphans, were told they'd be joining a science club. They were promised a quart of milk a day, a trip to a baseball game, to the beach. A copy of the 1994 congressional hearing shows those children, now grown, describing being told the oatmeal was just vitamins and recalling the health problems that followed: lumps on my arms, my stomach. Pregnant women were also unknowingly given radioactive iron at top hospitals in Tennessee and California to study how radiation crossed the placenta, some later reporting miscarriages, illness, or birth defects. A class action lawsuit resulted in a settlement in the 90s.
Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis?
I believe that they did. There's so much contextual evidence that points that way, and I spent years looking at this.
She says her research reveals the men who designed and oversaw the St. Louis experiments were some of the top experts in radioactive weapons.
We know that the people who designed the study, who oversaw the study, these were all the radiological weapons experts who were looking at open-air radiological weapons.
One of them, Brigadier General William Creasy, was head of the Army Chemical Corps, the very branch leading America's secret radiological weapons program during the Cold War. He brought in a scientist named Philip Layton, who was the Army's leading authority on using radioactive particles in aerosol form, fog-like clouds designed to drift over enemy terrain.
So the very man who designed this spraying experiment in St. Louis was an expert in using radioactive fog against the enemy.
Yes, he was the expert, the expert.
Then she says there's the timing.
They were looking for a city to test their offensive weapons program. They wanted to do it. They expressed this in documents. St. Louis was their chosen city. That was their analog city to Moscow. And they wanted to do this in 1953. And they showed up in 1953 in St. Louis.
But there's one document Dr. Martino Taylor has never been able to unearth. It's still classified. The Joint Quarterly Reports detail the spraying experiments, all written by Layton himself. The last one is missing. It's called Joint Quarterly Report 5, and we tried to get it. Our team filed a Freedom of Information Act request on May 5th of 2025. By law, the government must respond to a FOIA within 20 working days, but it's been more than 3 months. With multiple follow-ups, nothing. The silence is what's called a constructive denial, and renowned activist Erin Brockovich says it reminds her of cases where the truth was hidden.
So, Erin, what is your reaction to this News Nation investigation? Did this shock even you?
Absolutely. I think my comment was, are we WTF the kidding me? I mean, what the hell? It's awful. I mean, the biggest thing, and I've learned in 30 years, is it's always the cover-up that enrages people, that hurts people. And I've learned that communities can handle the truth. What they don't handle and where they'll tip the scale is the lie. So this has been a cover-up, and I think that modern-day agencies owe it to them. The truth.
Do you think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
It sure looks that way.
Our investigation now drawing attention from lawmakers, including Congressman Wesley Bell of Missouri.
When American citizens have been impacted and exposed to chemicals specifically because of the federal government, I think that we should do, as Democrats and Republicans, we should all do the right thing, make certain to make these folks whole again, get them the compensation they deserve and the treatment that they need and also deserve.
It can happen to you. Don't get duped that it can't happen to you. We didn't think it was going to happen to us. We was babies, kids. It can happen to you, too.
Representative Bell is now fighting to get Pruitt-Igoe included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act that would provide payouts to Americans who can prove they were exposed to radiation during the Cold War. But for Pruitt-Igoe residents, there's a catch. Because key records remain classified, they haven't been able to prove what they were exposed to.
What do you want everyone to know about what happened here?
The truth. Whatever the truth is, we want to know the truth. I don't think we're getting it now.
In the meantime, residents say all they can do is wait, hoping someone finally listens.
When will you give up this fight?
Never. Till I'm cold and dead and buried in my grave.
And Elizabeth, we asked the Army point blank, was there a radioactive component to that spray? It's interesting that they didn't just say no. Rather, they said, quote, none of the reports contained evidence of a radioactive component, pointing us to reports like a review by the National Research Council. But Elizabeth, a close read of that report shows even the NRC admitted they could not fully assess the risk of the spraying, because when they asked the Army for key records, the Army replied the documents were either classified or the Army could not find them. And Elizabeth, I have to tell you, these residents feel the government is waiting them out. The people you just heard from last night and tonight are the ones who are still here and who are well enough to speak. One woman we were supposed to meet with died before we could get to her. She was suffering from multiple cancers. Her daughter asked us to keep going, and we will keep pushing for information, including those classified documents, Elizabeth.
All right, Natasha.
Anything to ignore black people, anything to ignore their claims, anything not to pay them, anything to just act like nothing fucking happened. Anything, the lengths, fucking diabolical. Oh, we're gonna go to a different thing. I gotta move to a different page real quick. Let me see. Yes. You just try to see. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. And then they need to, yeah, bless that family. It's real shit. Well, I can't really say what they need to do because ultimately, the military and the government's complicit in hiding all that shit. What they need to find is a couple of those little living orphans, and take it that way. That right there. A couple of living ones, and if the families claim, I mean, what they're gonna do? They got to sue the government. I don't know. I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to advise that because it just seems like they're gonna be ignored again. And that's the whole point of not. You don't want them to get ignored. You want them to be taken seriously, and fucking people dying. I don't care. I'm convinced. That I've been convinced. The government don't give a fuck about black people. I'm convinced. Been convinced. I'm gonna leave that TD hip hop shit for another time. Let's get into my friend. These are short ones. Yeah, short ones. Okay, click on it. Look, I'm not pushing down hard enough.
It's OGTV45. And we back in with another tap in. Y'all asked me to keep exposing these tellers. So I got a big one for y'all. Winsome Earl Sears. What makes this a big one, we still got time to do something about it if we get this information out. Because she's running for governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Yeah, they're parading her around in front of crowds when she's getting up there saying things like this.
In case you haven't noticed, I am black and I have been black all my life.
Yeah, that's how she giving it up. And this is how you know it's a real thing. Because people are actually on TikTok straight trolling her for cosplaying. Yeah, she's being trolled for cosplaying. And I think that the girl that's trolling her is not even Black American. So she sees it. She's calling her out on it. Look at this.
Hello, this is my impression of Winsome Sears, the Republican candidate for governor in Virginia. Hello, fellow blacks. I am one of you. I have to say black people. Okay. Hello, fellow blacks people. I am one of you. Did you know Martin Luther King dreamed about me? And in that dream that he dreamed about me, he told me that the slaves wouldn't want DEI. So, fellow blacks people, I urge you to vote for me because I am a fellow blacks because we are the blacks.
Okay, I'm back this check up, Belly. I swear I have no idea. Us all new information, even though I'm sure it's been covered on Front Life Black News and everywhere else. I just, I'll be out my downtime, man. So, what? My heart hurt a little bit. So I'm just gonna start over again. Okay, Belly, spirit with me. I'm sure Jesse covered it. I'm sure it's been covered. Because I've been hearing this broad's name all over. I like every time I'm usually sitting in the cut and I'm not watching it. So this is crazy. This is diabolical. Hold on a second. Hold on. Shout out to my friend. Shout out to OGTV45. I love his work.
It's OGTV45, and we back in with another tap in. Y'all asked me to keep exposing these tellers, so I got a big one for y'all. Winsome Earl Sears. What makes this a big one? We still got time to do something about it if we get this information.
That's not a black lady. She's not black, or she's not FBA black. I should tell it, like, but she's not black. Like, that's not a black woman. Tether anchor, it's just because she's not FBA black. Like, she looks like a sister to me. From this outside perspective, she's not though. If she is, I'm so fucking confused now. Cosplay, big. That's big.
Out because she's running for governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Yeah, they're parading her around in front of crowds when she's getting up there saying things like this.
Right.
In case you haven't noticed, I am black and I have been black all my life.
Yeah, that's how she's giving it up. And this is how you know it's the real thing, because people are actually on TikTok straight trolling her for cosplaying. Yeah, she's being trolled for cosplaying. And I think that the girl that's trolling her is not even Black American. So she sees it. She's calling her out on it. Look at this.
Hello, this is my impression of Winsome Sears, the Republican candidate for governor in Virginia. Hello, fellow Blacks. I am one of you. I have to say Black people. Okay. Hello, fellow Blacks people. I am one of you. Did you know Martin Luther King dreamed about me? And in that dream that he dreamed about me, he told me that the slaves wouldn't want DEI. So, fellow Blacks people, I urge you to vote for me because I am a fellow Blacks, because we are the Blacks. Don't touch me.
This is a dangerous tether. She's been in the military. She shoots assault rifles, and she walks like a man. Aside from all that, history tells us who she is and what she's going to do when she gets in there. We've been going through that all week, class. I'm going to open up and share something personal with y'all, because we family. Yeah, but this is personal to me because my mother, yes, my own dear sweet mother, happens to reside in the Commonwealth of Virginia. My mother, of course, like most of our Black mothers, has been a lifelong Democrat. Now they're parading her around as if she's a Black woman.
I am black and I have been black all my life.
Running for governor of the state that my mother lives in.
Ooh-wee.
So this is more than fearful to me. My mother is 69 years old. She's not aware of a lot of this current information that's going on the internet. She's not aware about delineation and things of that effect.
Right.
I try to talk to her. I share videos from my channel to her because she's my mother.
Right.
I want her to be aware.
Right.
But this is frightening. And I need for you all to help me get this information out there in the state of Virginia, because the people need to know that she doesn't have our best interest in heart. She's already running the same game in the West Moors, talking about, yeah, we're going to give all the money to the HBCUs. Like, that's their new hustle. That's their new scam. They tell us they're going to give all the money to the HBCUs. I'm not opposed to education either. I'm opposed to the student loan scam. We just talked about this scam yesterday with Wes Moore with the $2.1 billion, and he's putting $1.3 billion in the HBCUs. That's not enough money for everybody. No, that's not enough for all of the Black children to go. So what is the purpose? Y'all keep putting these short amount of money into HBCUs as if we're supposed to be satisfied with that for reparations, and you're not even from here. That is demonic. Like I said, this one is more dangerous than a lot of the other ones. This one is a venomous snake. You can't have it for a pet. All right. And what I mean by that is we don't trust the politicians. And guess what? The politicians don't trust her. Yeah, she stabbed her own party in the back. She's all over the place with it. 2022, she throws Donald Trump under the bus. She says he's a liability to the Republican Party, the people don't want him or whatever the case may be. She says all of this, and then as soon as it becomes clear cut that he's the candidate, she shift gears like she in the Fast and Furious.
This is the president of the United States, the leader of your party.
President Trump so far has not endorsed you. You are the Republican nominee, so why hasn't he endorsed you in this race?
We understand what this is about. The president will make certain decisions. I've already met with him, and that's as far as I'm going to go.
Yeah, because in the other marquee race this fall, the New Jersey governor's race, the president was quick to endorse the Republican candidate there, Jack Ciattarelli. You said you've spoken to the president. What did he say to you when you asked him for his support?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to you about things that the president and I have spoken about.
You had been critical of the president in the past. In 2022, you said this as he was gearing up for a third run for the White House. Just listen to this first. I want you to listen to this first.
Is this what you're going to keep talking about?
Well, I want
because
you
I thought we were going to talk about the issues that are important to the voters. I'm talking about the education choices that parents
we can get into that. We can get to that in a second.
To talk about the.
Hold on.
Yeah,
we can talk about that. I just want you to respond. This is the president of the United States, the leader of your party.
It's important to you. But the people
hold on.
Know,
the viewers need to know what you said in the past.
She's gone as far as trying to hide the fact that she's actually a Republican. Why? She pissed off the Republicans. And she pissed off the Democrats. Because as a Republican, she's voting for all of these Democratic policies, but when it came to it was either the abortion or the contraceptive, she was like the swing vote, and she voted against it. So the liberals don't rock with her either. The Republicans rock with her. She brought her own people in the ass. And I just have a real strong gut feeling that if she were to get in that office, she would bite our people in the ass.
Of course.
We do not need her over the state where this whole slavery thing started at. No. Virginia is a big part of American history, and it should be treated as such. This person was not even born in America. I don't ask for much. Unlike your ordinary YouTuber, I don't ask for likes. I don't ask for you to hit the subscribe button, any of that. I don't ask for anything. I just put my content out there, and I hope you enjoy it. If you do, I appreciate it. You know? But today I am asking for something. I'm asking that we put this information out there and make the people aware. And you know who I'm talking primarily to? My FBA women.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. This one's on the sisters, because that's who she's going to try to attack. She's going to try to play the sisterhood card. If you thought Kamala Harris was putting greens in the daggone bathtub,
I heard you last
ain't no telling what this one going to be doing.
Homework.
Oh, she gonna be coming with the poor poverty stories, how they had to dig the yams out the ground in Jamaica and wrench them off in the river and eat them raw. They were so poor, and like, no, do not fall for it. We have to let the women know to not allow her to play the black sisterhood card, because a lot of our women still voted for Kamala Harris in spite of this information being out there. So I'm gonna ask my sisters to help me, man. Pass this information around and let the sisterhood protect our lineage.
Right.
And she had a negative rebuttal for everything I said, you know.
She's talking, well, I'm still gonna go to the Asians to get my nails done, because when you go to black girls, they don't do the feet like the Asians. They don't do all this, and they don't do it. When I leave the Asians, my feet be soft as a baby bottom. You go to black girls, they don't do all that, so I ain't going back. And I ain't getting my hair done by the black girl. Black girls, they all want a $50 deposit, and they got girls on Facebook Marketplace scamming. They saying give them $50 deposit. You call them, they don't answer the phone no more. Only black people do that. Only black people do that. I'm gonna still go to the Africans.
I'm just sitting there listening. It's like I'm not getting angry with her.
And
I'm not getting upset with her.
Look,
I'm just like, this
drop
is
all that
sad.
anyway. You might as well pay a deposit. That way,
This is sad.
Time and date.
You got some people out there who are not trying to hear nothing when it talks about unity.
Follow.
They don't realize that the strength is in the numbers.
If you have to do that,
I can't keep all the tethers out of office by myself.
do your own shit.
We have to work as a collective. But this Winsome Earl Sears,
Really, really good.
we could definitely start with her and keep her out of that governor's chair in Virginia.
Yeah, hello, Madam Lieutenant Governor, Winsome Early Sears, is that your name? Winsome, I pronounce it right? Listen, ma'am, change your name to Lucy. You ain't finna win shit. You ain't got, Trump done tricked your ass into thinking you finna be the governor of Virginia. Lady, you done lost your goddamn mind. You know goddamn well your black ass is not finna be the governor of no goddamn Virginia. Them motherfuckers just as goddamn racist up there than Alabama. No, you ain't finna be no governor of Virginia. I can tell you that right now. And then another thing, they say you look like Donna off of Sanford and Son. And you just not gonna be no goddamn governor. I know you wanna be the governor and shit, and you wanna be a clown for Donald Trump and shit, and look like a goddamn fool and shit. Them folks will kill your ass in Virginia. Okay, listen. I know you're a Marine. I know you're a vet. I'm a vet, baby. Listen, you ain't ready for that. Your black ass not ready. You need to do your hair too. You need to start going on goddamn interview with your damn hair nappy like that shit.
Right. Great. Do something with that. That's crazy. So she's not FBA black. I guess that's the consensus. What we're going with that. Which is, you could have just said that. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out. I figured it out. I want to ask more questions, but not really. He summed it up for me. Basically, this bride cannot get into office in Virginia.
As you all can see, I've been trying to not make any videos about these Africans. I figured if I ignore them, they'll just go away. But no, they're line steppers. They are habitual line steppers.
Why is Cynthia Erivo playing Shaka Khan in an upcoming biopic? Y'all couldn't get no Black American singers or actresses to play our beloved Shaka?
Not only is Shaka Khan a Black American woman, but she is also a Black American Indian woman. She's made that very clear in the past. She's connected to her Blackfoot Indian roots.
I'm part Blackfoot Indian, and I had a great-grandmother named Grandma Bagby. And she was a soothsayer, fortune teller. She was a very highly spiritual woman. She read my palms. I was about maybe 10 years old. She grabbed my hand. And she looked at it and she says to me, one day, everyone's going to know your name.
You know, we're going to talk about this wardrobe too, because you used to wear a lot of Indian stuff.
Yes.
That wasn't at first, but
I
then
picked,
later.
Yeah. Well, you know, what I did was I wanted to pick a part of our collective history that we didn't celebrate.
Because aren't you?
And it's right here in our
Indian,
face.
yeah,
Yes,
you're
I'm
Indian
Blackfoot.
heritage.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Blackfoot. Well, that's from up in near the Canadian border. But yeah, Blackfoot Indians. This is what I was trying to represent.
Well, you did. You did.
Yeah.
So, with all that's going on, this Cynthia Erivo, bro, she has to know that this would be offensive.
Right.
She has to know the climate in America right now, and that the Black Americans have an issue with you guys in our spaces, with you guys playing the roles of our leaders and our heroes and our entertainers, as if we're not sitting right here and can do it better than you, way better than you.
I don't give a fuck. There's no way that she could play the part of the legendary Shaka Khan. Did Shaka Khan co-sign this? She did not co-sign this at all. There's no way. You mean to tell me that only foreign actors and actors can play the part of a role of American role? You know, this is not no discrimination. This is realistic. What happened to all the major celebrities that were Americans that can play this role?
A little bit too.
Ain't nobody gonna be disrespecting Shaka Khan. Right. Shaka Khan is a legend. She's an icon.
Now I'm gonna say this: the only teller I probably would have approved of playing that role would probably be Nicki Minaj, and that's due to the simple fact of the resemblance. Yeah. The physical resemblance. Of course, they'd have to have somebody faking the singing parts and all that. But I'm just thinking in terms of, I remember the movie Ray. There was times in that movie Ray where I forgot that I was looking at Jamie Foxx.
Right.
I thought that I was looking at Ray Charles. I had to remind myself that's Jamie Foxx playing Ray Charles. So I felt the resemblance with Nicki Minaj was so close that she might have been able to pull it off, and she's animated. But in all reality, we don't even need her.
We don't.
For real, for real. I could see Jennifer Hudson doing an amazing job. It doesn't even have to be Beyonce, which would be like too easy, too simple. I'd rather see Tiana Taylor play Shaka Khan and Cynthia Erivo. I'd rather see Magic Johnson play Shaka Khan than Cynthia Erivo. Now, if you don't know how important Shaka Khan is to Black American culture, let me tell you. The first major hip-hop R&B collaboration was I Feel For You. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, let me rock you, Shaka Khan. If it wasn't for Shaka Khan,
That's my shit.
you probably would have never heard a 112 and Mace collaboration or a Ja Rule and Ashanti collaboration. See, this is personal with me, man. I'm really feeling some type of way, man.
Right.
When it comes to Shaka Khan.
That was for us because
you don't understand, Shaka Khan made me a man.
You know what I mean?
That's right. When I was a young boy, I used to have this Jet magazine with Shaka Khan in it. Never.
Before we got old enough.
I know she heard about all the backlash from Essence. I know she know the Wine Gold girl had to step down because we got on that ass.
On that ass. So
now we about to get on yours, Erivo.
Yeah, we gotta cancel this.
You might need to walk away from that role, or y'all gonna sit there and that movie ain't gonna do nothing. We gonna make sure that movie do donuts. Ain't nobody gonna be in that movie theater but some Africans. Eating the food, boo, and the goddamn jollof rice.
Right. I'm gonna be.
I wonder if they got exclusive rights to the movie. If it's not exclusive rights, another filmmaker should remake it with a Black American playing Shaka Khan and watch it smash that one.
It's terrible though.
Even if it don't got major money behind it, we the people will support. If any Black filmmaker out there make a shot,
like you don't want it to harm Shaka Khan. You know what I mean? That she can't get her is it a biopic out. You know what I mean? But you don't want to see Cynthia Erivo win at all. Like she just got to get the no. You know what I mean? Like fuck no. Anyway, if you want to see Shaka Khan's story be, because she's still alive, so her story be, told the way she wants. Hopefully, she has some creative control over that. Evidently, this rumor or whatever is happening is like it's ugly. So she should already know that the foundational Black Americans ain't feeling it here in America. You know what I mean? We're not feeling this piggy. Look at it, like Jesus Christ, like what is this? Like no. They would have to do a lot of they would have to do a lot of work to make her even resemble Shaka, and then let alone the voice working. Just because you sang in Broadway, it shouldn't. No, had a couple little. He played a couple little roles, and they had a little slight scene in it. Not me. You carry a note like her. Not even a little bit. Dance like her or anything like her. Like it's just so disturbing.
Shaka Khan movie to compete with that one. If they don't have exclusive rights and that can be done, we would definitely support that one.
Right.
I will promote the hell out of it with all I got.
Right.
I wouldn't care if they got old Sharonda Meeka from the projects to play Shaka Khan. If she Black American, she can sing, she cute, she got some hair and some Shaka Khan. We don't just need to boycott this movie. We need to boycott anything that woman does, man, involving our culture.
Right.
We need to teach Hollywood a lesson to stop playing with
in her own culture, like
foundational Black Americans.
Correct.
It's time to give it to Hollywood. We're really living in the movie Us, and it's scary. I wonder what length these people will go to replace us. Are they a physical danger and threat to us? Do they want a destiny swap with us that bad till they will literally do anything to do it?
Talking shit to us too.
It's clear the Cynthia Erivo broad has no dignity, no honor. All she cares about is a dollar.
Right.
But really,
no, I'm not interested.
How far will they go to be you? We know they'll snitch on your ass on the job in a heartbeat. They already took over your HBCUs. Start looking at the administrations of them. all of them. And see if you don't see a whole lot of last names with an unusual amount of vowels in them. Me personally, I'm tired of the disrespect. We really have to start making examples. When them Hollywood studios start losing money on movies, when they start spending more to make a movie than they make back at the box office, that's when they're going to learn to stop playing with us. And you know who down there running that whole show, right? Them little small hats. Yeah, that's them.
Right.
That's they work orchestrating that with them.
Yep.
While Vlad TV worried about what FBA going on, how about you go holler at your fucking cousins, Vlad?
Right.
And tell them stop disrespecting people.
Absolutely.
How about tell them to stop disrespecting people?
I will start giving back to fucking
foundational Black Americans. Stop disrespecting them
all the time. Oh God, he's so disgusting. I'm Vlad. I'm talking about Vlad. I got one more after this, and then we'll call it good. Sure.
Yeah, what's the origin of the FBA?
So, I mean, from my understanding, FBAs is Tariq Nasheed, right? The FBA group is the group that's trying to detach themselves from the diaspora. These other diaspora people come over here and benefit from the work that we did in America. And we got a problem with that.
OGTV45 tapping in. And I got a serious question this morning, y'all. And that is, why is it that no one ever refers to African Americans as Jesse Jackson's boys or Jesse Jackson's group?
Right.
Why I've never heard anybody tell the African Americans, oh, y'all down with Jesse Jackson. Y'all running with Jesse Jackson. You were part of the Rainbow Coalition. You one of Jesse boys. When it comes to foundational Black Americans, the first thing we get hit with is, oh, you running with Tariq Nasheed now. Oh, you down with Tariq Nasheed. You following Tariq Nasheed.
Whole bunch of followers.
For the record, Tariq Nasheed is not the leader of the
leader.
FBA.
Otis leader.
There are roughly 43 million Black Americans who descended from Black freedmen. Surely you don't think that all 43 million of us agree with everything Tariq Nasheed says. He coined the phrase foundational Black American.
It's like some people don't watch anything on TV but basketball and baddies. Like y'all don't pay attention to politics at all. Because soon somebody puts a microphone in a lot of these quote unquote African Americans' faces and they mention the FBA. The first thing that come out of your mouth, oh, Tariq Nasheed. And then they come with the, oh, they confrontational and they go on the war. But it is that and the third is like, y'all that blind. Like the wool is really that far over y'all eyes that y'all don't see what this whole thing is about. Y'all did not pay attention to the whole Barack Obama situation. Y'all don't see where this is where that came from. That's why it was so easy for so many people to jump aboard so fast that we watched them leader of the free world and all of Black America celebrated, only to watch this man not do anything for Black America. Nothing at all. And he did a lot of things for a lot of people, but nothing for Black America. And we're scratching our heads as to why. And then we realize he doesn't give a damn about slavery reparations because his people were never slaves here.
Right.
Oh, everybody that's Black in America doesn't have the American experience. He doesn't know anything about Black America. He's Kenyan and white. Oh, that has a lot to do with it. It's not about hate on the internet. It's not about xenophobia. It's not about we don't like Haitians and we don't like Africans and we don't want them in our space. That's not what it is. They go into these political offices and they run as though they're Black people and they don't do anything for Black people. Right. They have agendas that help immigrants.
Right.
It helps the people where they're from and people all around the world, and they tell us they don't have anything. They don't have anything for us.
On any level.
That's what this issue is about. It's not about Tariq Nasheed. It's not about hating any other race. You say, who's cosplaying us? Look at the goddamn Congressional Black Caucus, you idiot.
And shedding light on politicians who are basically nerfing our reparations movement and our reparations claim and basically calling out these politicians.
I watched a video the other day of a brother. I believe he was in Ohio, if I'm not mistaken, but he was a homeless man, a black man. He tried to get into a shelter and they denied him access because he wasn't a Haitian immigrant. He's home in his town. He fell upon hard times. He couldn't go into a homeless shelter because it was only for Haitian immigrants who'd also received a $30,000 check. Now you make that make sense.
Months before they figured it out.
You got a lot of black families who've experienced generational poverty. Some black families in this country haven't gotten right since slavery.
Yep.
They've been given a shit into the stick time after time after time.
Yep.
I want you to listen to what this next guy says right here, because this is another issue that people have with the foundation of Black Americans.
Candidate for that.
It's the jealousy. They're jealous. They're mad because no one's going with what they came up with. They want to be the one to come up with the name. They want to be the one to come up with the movement because it's not theirs. It's not something they coined or something they championed first. So we're going to shoot it down because this wasn't what I planned on doing.
Well, if he was telling you that we were the indigenous people and we were a part of an empire, then I would not have no argument. But
so because he's not pushing your agenda, you want to shoot his character down in front of the people, belittle him, make a mockery of him because he's not pushing your agenda.
Mockery out of
this is the same thing as Umar. When you get to find out his name is not even Tariq, his name is Marcus Sanders. They have this article allegedly put on his name saying that he was convicted of a capital murder.
What that brother don't realize is we can detect that Indian spirit, and it's a turn off.
Mind-opening conversations.
You want everybody to be down with the Aboriginal movement, but the Aboriginal movement sounds just like the Pan-African movement to me, if you want to know the truth. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it deletes the whole exogenesis. Ain't none of us pure. You're not a pure Aboriginal. You're not a pure African. The only thing you can purely be is a foundational Black American. I want to see if Mr. Aboriginal here got some European descent in his blood, because I'm pretty sure he do.
He probably does.
And some African probably too. Now I understand if you want to cling on to whatever part of yourself makes you feel good, that's cool. But the other part still exists. It's still in there, buddy, whether you like it or not.
That's what we try to explain all.
Whatever them Aboriginals was that was running around here, at best, we're a third of what they were, man. We're a third of what they were at best. I embrace being who and what we are, foundational Black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
I embrace the Aboriginal or the Indian or whatever you want to call it in my genealogy. I embrace it.
Mm-hmm.
I embrace the European in my genealogy. Yeah, because I know it's necessary in a time of war.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Who's the most destructive force on this planet? Who makes all the most destructive weapons to unalive people on this planet?
They do.
Who unalives like no one else has unalived in the history of Earth?
They do.
The Caucasians.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the Africans can't deal with them. You don't go that hard. We got enough of that in us. Enough of that caveman. Smack the fuck out your ass with a club.
Right.
Soon as come time to.
Right.
And that go for anybody.
So I was trying to
white man, African, Mexican, anybody can get slapped the fuck out of the club by FBA. We don't play. We about our business.
Right.
That's a unique trait we have.
And that they got
if Tariq Nasheed did
in this
have a felonious past
mindset.
Nigga, Moses out the Bible had a body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joseph, as they call him Yusuf in Islam, Joseph, he went to the penitentiary. These prophets out the Bible. Malcolm X went to the penitentiary.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't like about that statement about you trying to bring up his past, his name is this, and they said he did this before. What that says is every young Black child out there who's ever gotten in trouble or ever did anything wrong in life, you tell them they can't be great. They can't do nothing great. Because as soon as you make it to somewhere, it's going to be a nigga who's jealous to try to pull your ass right back down and say, he did something before. He did something before. Oh, because I don't want y'all to follow him. I want y'all to follow me.
Great.
Why more people going on his side than my side? Nigga, because you're lame.
Right.
That's why, because you lame.
Lame ass motherfuckers.
I don't have a problem with FBA because I don't see Tariq Nasheed dimming my light in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I'm very comfortable. If you put me in a room with Tariq Nasheed, I think I'll get all the attention that I need. He doesn't intimidate me. And shout out and salute to Tariq Nasheed. I credit and thank this brother for this FBA thing, but I'm not intimidated by the brother. Right. So I don't have a problem with giving him his kudos. Yeah, that's the brother came up with the name right there. Shout out Tariq. I don't have a problem with that.
I think
you guys seem intimidated by this guy, man. You feel like
same with TBA, Black Authority, Professor Black Truth, Vicky Dillard, amongst several others that we rock with. The code is leader. That's off top. But I think that what they're upset about is that he gave us direction of how to take this, you know what I mean? And how to really, really look at shit like with broad and ambiguous language. If it wasn't for Tariq Nasheed, the Black Authority, Professor Black Truth, Vicky Dillard, we would never really be onto that broad and ambiguous language that is in all these bills, amendments, referendums, things like that they pass all the time. We wouldn't be so hip to that when it came to the California Reparations Task Force, where we're now scrutinizing every word, everything, and marking it down with a highlighter that's broad and ambiguous. That language is ambiguous. That's broad. That means it can mean anything. So him giving us like that first now, that first them thing that we read every Saturday. That right there is just a little piece of a guideline. You know what I mean? Code is another piece of guideline to fight racism, white supremacy. You know what I mean? In all 9 areas of human activity, we have several serious points that we could always refer to that keep us in civilized, intelligent, Black thought. So we're not out there acting stupid, looking goofy, making all kinds of mistakes. We're starting to really scrutinize everybody that's sitting in a position right now in politics. We're really scrutinizing how we want to move forward, how the parties are really looking, the type of people we want to represent us. We're doing a lot more vetting. We're doing a lot more analyzing. We're doing a lot more questioning. Even when we see people that come up on our platforms or try to dialogue, on the internet or whatnot, we're asking serious questions. We're asking them where they come from. We're asking them their lineage. We're asking them, can they trace it back? We're asking them if they have foreign people, in their family, like foreign members in their family, like not just through marriage, but just through lineage. We're asking all the questions. Not to mention, we're really scrutinizing all the coons, off brands, mammies, tethers, anchors. We're really scrutinizing them. We're really on that ass and letting them know that you're an enemy to the people. You're an enemy to foundational Black Americans. You know what I mean? You're doing treasonous shit to us. You're part of the problem. You know what I mean? And I think that he gave us they, not just him, they gave us a direction. And we've been on a steady pressure cooker of this, like the Black agenda, of course, is reparations, lineage-based reparations, right? And I mean, there's a whole thing with that. So without them keeping us on task, who knows if we would even have gotten this far? If we would have just continued to follow the old standard playbook that we've been following for fucking 60, 70, 60 years. You dig? So we have to be very cognizant to give him, to give these people our new Black media their proper acknowledgement for everything that they give to us and everything they bring to us. even with all the new new voices of the new black media. I don't want to say activists. I want to say new voices of the new black media. They're keeping us in alignment. They're keeping us on. They're keeping us with constant questioning. Question, and in dialogue. Some things are like a little bit, too. Some things are redundant, especially when you see it over and over and over again. But each person has their own take on it, so you can take something from each one. You know what I mean? And we're at war, black family. We're at war, and it's only going to get worse. So we're at war, and we can say, well, we need to do this, we need to do that, but ultimately, it's the people that are actually outside doing the work for in legislation, because that's what we got to do right now until we don't have that system anymore. We're gonna have to get on the political mindset, to do what's right, and to do what's right, not what's popular, but fucking what's right for foundational Black American freedmen, the true indigenous, Black indigenous here. No more of this leapfrogging and taking over it. No more of these studies. No more of these. Let's take a poll whether or not reparations is owed or due. We just seen some shit where that right there is another portion of reparations, monetary compensation. Goddamn right. You goddamn right. You know what I mean? You think about medical bills, with people being sick, how many losses we had. No, I mean, just think about it like that. Not to mention, I just showed you the thing about the infant mortality rate in Mississippi. Highest portion is us, our babies, Black family, our babies. See what I'm saying? Don't make it to a year. You know what that means, right? With all this motherfucking money and science and shit, they still manage to kill us off, however, by any means they can. You see what I'm saying? So we have to give a shout out to being pointed in the right direction. And if we're gonna do signal boosting, being, like I'm a signal booster, so reflect on what's going on in the new Black media. Also, bringing up shit we don't talk about, like what I've been bringing up, the supercells and shit like that. Those are really important things, you know what I mean? Because I'm reading the newspaper, I'm reading the online newspaper in my city. I'm watching city council. I'm aggravated and frustrated, and I'm angry. But I've been angry, been aggravated, and the only way to do it is to take it to them. Even running for office is fucking like sketchy. You know what I mean? Because you're not gonna please everybody. And what are the Black grassroots? Because it was like we had to do some major fundraising and some major shit has got to happen. So let's just pretend we don't have like TBA says. Just pretend that they're not watching, they're not there, nobody's got our back. We got to do all this work from the fucking bottom up and show that we're consistent. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest thing. It's the biggest thing I learned with Jesse. Consistency. You know what I mean? Structure and consistency. And this is like we're at war. You can't just go outside during the midst of fucking a war and craziness and have a plan. And don't have a plan. You know what I mean? When we're at war with everybody, with all the races, buffer classes, and whatnot. You see, they can't stay out of Black people business. They're everywhere. I mean, the motherfucking crackers you talk about, every other buffer class, they always got opinion on what's going on with foundational Black Americans. They don't know how to stay out fucking Black people business. I mean, you don't see us going over there and fucking with anybody. Like, oh, you see what's going on in with Black Brits? No, we don't give a fuck. Just like they don't learn anything about any of our people or our history or anything. You clearly heard that said on several different platforms. They don't know anything about Martin Luther King except for like one speech or two, and they don't have no idea about anybody else. They don't know. So Scotland, anything else, right? They're over there in their own little worlds. So we have we're in active warfare. Not only are we in active warfare, we're in active warfare verbally when we have to come on these little things and defend and protect. And you know what I mean, like he's not like Tariq isn't like Dr. Umar. Tariq actually gave us a whole bunch of shit and consistently gives us things to look at. Like, dude, a whole fucking museum. He had that museum up in like a year, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. Don't quote me. I think almost 2 years. When he raised the money quick, I think the hardest part was finding a location. You see what I'm saying? And it's been open to black people since. With the occasional fucking shitbag trying to fuck it up. You see what I'm saying? What, like in the last year, I think we had I want to say 3 documentaries, but I'm more good. Let's just hold with 2 for right now. Right? 2 documentaries for sure. A book, Christmas cards, whole package, work in 3 different fucking flavors. Not to mention all the AI fucking videos for my amusement that comes on after that, after a Twitter feed. You know what I mean? He's because of that we got several new voices of the new black media that are really solid. That have gotten the encouragement of the new black media, so that's positive. You know what I mean? He gave us what, like 2 rallies? I think 2. I want to say 3. I want to say 2 FBA rallies. I'll say for sure 2. You know what I mean? Always promoting foundational black businesses. You know what I mean? He asks the people where they go to eat whenever he's going on travels and shit. Like, this is serious. Like, he's engaged. Like, you don't see that shit happening with like Dr. Umar or anybody else that's fucking trying to grift and pocket watch. I mean, there's been a lot of pocket watching. Not to mention, he gave us the cartoon, the Gucci Bear cartoon. And a lot of little history on a lot of different things. Look, very engaging. So why is everybody always they always question? And lately, I could see in the Twitter spaces, he's kind of frustrated already with the same redundant questions, the same redundant answers. Like, I just feel like you shouldn't even have to answer tethers and anchors no more, or whites, or anybody else that want to be in black people's businesses. Is fucking already thoroughly explained. It's not new. It's not fucking. It's been going on for quite some time now, years really. So I feel about that. Let me see. Oh, you're back. I hope you're saying something good about the new black media. Because I can't see what you put in there. Finally, it's already almost over. Okay. I'm rising, brother. I'm glad you made it back. Yeah, glad you made it back. So yeah, he's given us a lot. So everybody pocket watching and all up on the he's the one that said hold your own nuts. So everybody else has to hold their own fucking nuts when it comes to it. And there's no reason to pocket check a man that's like now a family man giving back to us, not just to us as FBA, but to the community. You know what I mean? Like the rallies, all the hosting of young black entrepreneurs. Look, you can get the children with a book. You see what I'm saying? These are positives. So unlike other grifters and other motherfuckers that just are capitalizing on the 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 plight and the ills of foundational Black Americans, and then trying to sit there and talk shit and get on all these little feeds and do this, do that, and then they want to act stupid like, what does it mean? And how are you gonna go get about getting reparations? At this point, I feel like we shouldn't even tell you. We're just gonna show you. We're just gonna show you, because the fuck is the point of us having dialogue if it's only gonna be undermined by everybody and they goddamn mama? You mean that isn't on it, isn't on board? And keep in mind, there's 43 million of us. Really? 43 million of us. That's a lot. I was showing Jesse, I was giving him a little experimental speech the other day about it. Can't really share that with you. Oh, you're awake. You're awake, little kitten. I admire your bravery. Come over here fucking with me. You know what happens. I got the water bottle. Male cat, I could tell. The male cat's all about the adventure and the business of getting in trouble. My type of cat. He's the one we'll be hitting with the water bottle religiously. I think I sprayed him like 6 times yesterday from trying to mess with cords and stuff. Yeah, so let's finish listening to.
He dims your light. So you got to throw dirt on his name to try to make yourself appear brighter. It doesn't make you appear brighter, brother. You're turning more people away from your movement. You should find a way to incorporate your movement into FBA because it doesn't discredit or go against the Aboriginals. If you want to call it slavery or call it prisoners of war, it's the same end result. Same end result. You playing on them word semantics to try to persuade the people to follow your movement. It looked like the people deciding, brother. Like I said, I know my people are from here too, so I don't have a problem with the Aboriginal movement. And I don't see we should have a problem with FBA. But if you want to make one,
my friend, I like his content because it's like it's kind of energy I rock with. Am I speaking? Maybe.
In the words of the late great Fred Hampton, power to the people. Power to the people. This message ain't for the weak hearted or the fence sitters. This is for my foundational Black American family, the sons and daughters of the soil, the warriors who built this land brick by brick. We got an enemy trying to wipe us off the map. Before we fight them, we got to stop destroying ourselves. And today I'm going to tell you about the 3 B's that will tear down the FBA house if we don't wisen up. Beliefs, bourgeoisie, and the boomers. Let me tell you something. I am a Muslim. And I was raised on the mighty clouds of joy and Shirley. I was raised with a grandmama who prayed over every meal. Half of my cousins still go to church every Sunday and praise Jesus. Yeah, I got Hebrew Israelite brothers dropping scriptures like fire. Nation of Islam soldiers in bow ties moving like an army of discipline. An indigenous FBA kinfolk holding ceremonies by rivers older than Europe itself. I don't debate them. I don't belittle them. You know why? Because I respect all of it. You see, when Massa cracked that whip, he didn't ask for your denomination. When Jim Crow snatched a life, he didn't check your doctrine first. That's why I made a vow. No belief of mine will ever come between me and my tribe's liberation. Religion should be a shield we hold together, not a sword that we point at each other. We FBA, faith is personal, but this fight is tribal, and we can't let beliefs be the wedge that breaks us apart. Now we got to get to the poison that nobody wants to talk about. We got bougie FBA acting like overseers with whip of their own, Africans came over here bragging about their degrees and promotions and how they're climbing corporate ladders and outworking us, and we're the baby mama culture. And our educated, the most elite amongst us, quick to fire back with redlining and Jim Crow and 400 years of chains still holding us down. Was to cause all that. But now you got your little corner office, your title, your paper check signed by master's kids, and you turn around calling your own blood Pookie and Ray Ray. Like you ain't a part of the same tribe. And here's a sickness in its rawest form. The reason some of y'all won't even say FBA is because Tariq Nasheed coined it. Yeah. And no European handed Tariq a certificate saying you're smart enough, you're educated enough, or holy enough to define your own people. So in your mind, because master didn't bless it, it can't be valid. That's plantation thinking. That's mental shackles. And just like the Africans who judged us without ever acknowledging the obstacles Europeans threw in our path that they never even saw, some of you black YouTubers do the same when you call your brothers Pookie and Ray Ray. See, I lived through the crack era. Most of you only read about it or heard about it. I saw it firsthand. I saw a mother rent out her 13-year-old daughter to drug dealers.
Look here.
I saw a high school basketball star, a prodigy, get arrested in high school because his mother put a bundle of heroin in his book bag and he didn't want to tell on her, and he went to jail and lost everything. I saw it. I'm saying that to say every felon ain't a Pookie. Some brothers got caught up because they were born in the hell they didn't create. And every sister with tattoos and piercings ain't a piece of trash. You don't know the storms that women had to walk through just to keep breathing.
No, that's right.
If that ink, those piercings, is how she copes with the world that tried to break her, who the hell are you to look down on her?
Right.
Now let's talk about this whole idea, this whole concept of work. Yeah. Y'all think punching a 9 to 5 clock for somebody else's dream makes you civilized. Our ancestors hunted, fished, and farmed for survival. And guess what? It wasn't labor. That was life. That was joy. And that was freedom. People hunt and fish today for recreation. Nobody's out here roofing houses in the dead heat of summer or working in factories in toxic air for fun. The concept of grinding your soul away just to fill someone else's pocket is their invention. That's not ours. The uncivilized tribes that the Europeans wrote about were black men who refused to work for them. That's why they called them savages. That's why they dragged in the more docile Africans. Yeah. That's why they shipped our rebellious ancestors to Caribbeans, because they would not build the European empire for them. And now, centuries later, we let that same European concept of labor divide us again.
Right back in his bed.
You judge your brother for refusing to slave for master's money. And what we really need is our own land, our own territory, our own freedom, our own way, our own space to worship God as we please and live in peace without a dollar bill choking our spirit. That's what we need. If you climbed out the pit, your job ain't to spit on the man still climbing. Your job is to lift him. The bourgeoisie mindset is masses poisoned with a black face. And we're done swallowing. And finally, our elders, our boomers. I'm gonna say this with love, with respect, with gratitude, because we love you. We appreciate your sacrifice. You raised us. You carried the weight of survival through times we can't even imagine. You protected us from wolves in the night. You fought battles that made it possible for us to even speak on this mic today. So this ain't an attack on you. We are not faulting you for being duped by the Europeans. We're blaming the system that lied to you, that manipulated you, and tried to make you forget who you really were. That's why we fight the system today, not you. But here's what we're asking. Don't let pride make you fight against us. If we, your children and grandchildren, are standing up now denouncing Africa and reclaiming this land as our ancestral birthright, please don't let that dashiki you wore in the 70s and that afro that you rocked while you were screaming "Viva la Africa" stop you from saying, damn, maybe we were misled. And let's keep it real. My educated elders, they lied to you in school. Your education is tainted by a system designed to keep you obedient, not enlightened. They told you dinosaurs was giant lizards. Now science is saying they have feathers like birds. They told you that Pluto was a planet. Now they're saying math and astronomy changed and proved it never should have been a planet. It was never a planet. They told you Columbus discovered America. But history shows our indigenous Black ancestors were already here when he got here. That's why we're asking you to let go of the pride. Let go of the pride, man, that you have in an education built on lies. Be open to receive new information that goes against everything they pumped into you. Because if they lied to you about math, had told you the truth about us. We don't need you to march like we do. We don't need you to yell like we do. We just need you to stand with us. Be the advisors. Be the wisdom keepers. Guide us when we stumble, but don't fight us. Just to protect the European lies that rob both you and us. We honor you and we love you, but we will not inherit those chains of confusion, beliefs, bourgeoisie, and boomers. 3 termites chewing at the foundation of the FBA. But if we tear out that rock, if we lock arms, regardless of faith, regardless of class, regardless of pride, then no infiltrator, no government, no puppet leader can destroy us. This land is ours. Our ancestors' blood soaks the soil beneath our feet. The world is watching to see if we fold or rise like warriors. So let me make it plain. We ain't dividing, we ain't disappearing, and we damn sure ain't letting these 3 B's tear us apart. No, not the tribe that built America. In the words of the late, great Fred Hampton, power to the people. Power.
Right.
To the people.
All right. Okay, so get out of this real quick. Oh, no. Hold on.
I would love to bring in the Black Magas.
Okay. Let me get out of that real quick. Thank you everybody for staying with me and watching the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, obviously the Black Villain, Seduction Doll, aka Lady J. Jesse's waking up now and he would like his computer back. So I gotta go. I've been on there a pretty decent amount of time, so thank you guys for coming. Thank you, Twin. Thank you, Stolen Ancestors 1526. Thank you, Ray, for finally showing back up. Yes, came in and looked for you. Just embarrassed. I was like, yeah, wrong show. You sleep. I told him, see? You say hi. He said Grand Rising. Twin. Who else was in here? Twin. Ray. Stolen Ancestor. Who else? I think there was one other. I think. Maybe not. Oh no, okay, that's not. Join us for another episode of Frontline Black News later on this evening at the usual scheduled time of 10. Maybe I doubt we'll be later, pretty much be on time. So join us for that. And I'll probably do one more one more RVA before I have to get back to my my area of town tomorrow. So I'm gonna try to catch a Mr. Bobby and Gate in the morning. So try to show up over there. But thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. Thank you for staying with me. Hope you learned a lot today. You learned something. That's always my goal. And join us later on tonight. And then Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on StreamYard as well. You might have something else going on. I'm not knowing. So we'll stay in the loop. Stay in the loop. Stay black, stay dangerous. Have a great fucking Monday to work. It's a holiday, so it's a holiday. Do something, that's not problematic, I guess. Go cook, enjoy yourself, enjoy your family, do whatever. Go see something, go do something, but make sure it's fun. And yeah, we'll be back. I'll go ahead and end this. I'll be back probably after the Frontline Black News. Anything you want to say about it, people?
Peace out.
He said peace. And I'm gonna play with our kittens. Okay, let's see. End stream.